Okay, forget my first. Forget. To regret. How do you write? But work-lights to New York. Work-lights to New York, they are delayed because of bad weather. Work-lights to New York. Work-lights to New York. Work-lights our flights to New York, they are delayed because of the bad weather. My flight was cancelled. More examples. Passengers. Passengers are requested to check in 2 hours before the flight. Even the if the flight is late. If the flight is late or miss our connection. Welcome aboard the flight BA40345 to Toyoko. Again, we're trapped in an aircraft. We're trapped in an aircraft. I'll never forget my first flight. 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 How was your flight? More flights to you. More flights. Not at all. All flights to New York. They are all flights. All flights. on flights to New York. On flights to New York, they are delayed because of bad weather. My flight was cancelled. My flight was cancelled. More examples. Passengers on request. Passengers are requested to check in 2 hours before the flight. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. We'll miss our connection. Welcome aboard flight BA345 to Tokyo. I wonder if you could. Okay. If you could help me add like some information about that to your radio. Have you had any luck with booking your flight on aircraft that is making a particular trip? Aircraft flight 474 to less areas. Flight 474 to less areas is now boarding at gate 9. More examples. Welcome aboard flight BA345 to Tokyo. Our passengers for flight LH103, please all set. Please proceed to gate 16. This is flight 595X. Do you ready? Over. Flight BA498 has been delayed by 30 minutes. British Airways regret to pronounce the cancellation of flight BA205 to Madrid. British Airways British Airways regret to announce the cancellation of flight BA2052 Maple. On occasion when something flies rumble through the air, an eagle in flight suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight. Suddenly the whole flock of geese took flight, started flying. Modern methods are so accurate. Modern methods are so accurate. Modern methods are so accurate. Modern methods are so accurate because their flight is controlled. Their flight is controlled by computer. Modern methods are so accurate because their flight is controlled by computer. Okay, let me see. In airplanes, airplane, okay. Air traffic aircraft. I'll never forget my first flight. How was it flight? War flights to New York. All flights to New York. They are delayed because of bad weather. My flight was cancelled. More examples. Passengers are requested. Passengers are requested to check in hours before you fly. Passengers are requested. Passengers are request. Ask something. Passengers are requested to check in 2 hours before the flight. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. Welcome aboard flight BA345 to Tokyo. I wonder if you could help me. I'd make some. I wonder if you could help me. I'd like some information information. I'd like some information about flights to New Zealand. I wonder if you could help me. I'd like some information about flights to New Zealand. Have you had any luck? Have you had any luck with booking your flight arrangement? Reasons like arrangement hotel room, like you will do something, like you will happen, but not happen. You need happen, like some place. Have you had any luck with booking your flight? An aircraft that is make a particular trap. Special. Flight 474, flight 043 to flight 47, flight 474 boarding at gate 9. At gate 9. But 4742 Radius Airways is now boarding at gate 9. More examples. Welcome aboard flight BA. Welcome flight. BA 3523. All passengers to flight average 103 feet. 103 feet full set to gate 16 is full set稳住你还是没读对 Please hold still.
proceed,
proceed, proceed. Okay, proceed. All passengers, all passengers for flight, all passengers for flight LH 103 please proceed to gate 16. This is flight. This is flight. This is flight 595X. Do you read me? Over. Flight BA 498 has been delayed by 60 minutes. British Airways. Okay. Sad feeling. Regret. British Airways. British Airways. British Airways regret to announce the cancellation of flight BA2052 Metro flight BA2052 Metro an occasion or something files an occasion or something files were moved through the air. An occasion when something files were moved through the air. An eagle in flight. Suddenly. Okay. Suddenly the whole flag of geese took flight. Suddenly the whole flag of geese took flight. Suddenly the whole flag of geese took flight. Started flying. Okay. Then the whole flag of geese took flight. Start flying. Modern methods are so accurate because their flight is controlled. Their flight is controlled by computer. Emergency. Something dangerous. Something dangerous. something dangerous or serious. Something dangerous or serious, such as accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected and unexpected result or unexpected results. Okay, something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happens or unexpected unexpected results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay, the pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Erie. Deliver on Lake deliver. Something emergency. Something dangerous. Something dangerous or serious. Something dangerous, what's yours? Such serious. I'm serious. Dangerous. No. You're back. Back. Not joking. Well, what's your 2 words? Source. Meaning or reserve. Serving effect. Back. Okay, that. And the percent dangerous or serious. It has an accent which happens to sound or expected. How would you say? OK， 我算一下。这比别人低，我觉得不好听。问题。 纯弟子有没有这个？The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing. An emergency landing on Lake Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly, without how would disabled people escape in an emergency. If the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff, volunteered to work through the weekend. Graham always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. Graham always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You cannot. can land or play on water in an emergency. You can land or play on water. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million, 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 Okay.
Million.
Million. 不快就是 million people face starvation. 20 million people face starvation unless emergency aid program is program 20 million people face starvation unless advised emergency aid or program is launched. More examples. During the emergency staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. there was an emergency. You cannot play on water in an emergency. I was kicked. I was kept for blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. Okay. 这次这首诗的是不是？我想想，还是 some which happened some. Sudden. Expect. Here with this we expect. Expect. Believe. Which happens going to be born which going to be born soon. They do ignite the six of their expected child. Expect. Believed to be going to happen. Right. 这就是believed. Believed to become.
Okay, I expect.
We expected repenting souls. Repenting soul. Okay. They people once they do not yet know respect. They do not yet know respect others. Going to Bronson. They are feeling bad that they expected would never be. They are fun with that. They expect outcome for that. Believe to be going to happen or arrive. Believe. Believed to be going to expected. They feel will have to survive. Something that should happen or become. A third of students, planning to reach the expected, results. Which happens suddenly, which happens suddenly, or unexpectedly, results. How would disable, disabled people escape in an emergency. Disabled. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happens suddenly or expected. Results. Okay. Down or third. Good process, being able to be good to. Okay. Actually, waited. You can be expected. Believed to be going to happen or arrive. Expected result. How would disable people escape in an emergency. If the emergency exit suitable for voucher. Wheelchairs. Expect. Certain happen. How would you say something to happen? Disabled. disabled. Having an illness, condition that makes it difficult to do something that other people do. What's the meaning of this? Having an illness is injury or condition that makes it difficult to do something then the other people do. Unique. Okay. Having is one more. Disabled. Or condition that makes it having to do something that physical harm or damage or physical harm or damage to someone by an accident or physical harm or damage to someone's caused by an accident. Otherwise, disabled. Disabled. We can do more in terms of for disabled people. We never work with. Over. How would disabled people disabled? How would disabled people partner renewal not sure but now more disabled people. Okay. More disabled. How old disabled is people? More condition that makes it difficult for something that other. Okay, I think. to call someone to have an answer. To stop something such as to stop something such as or such as or breaking from the road. Your weapons persist. You're confusing that. It's two confusing that. Okay. Escape. Escape. Definitely. Okay. To get free. To get free from something, get free from something or a word. To get free from something. Free. Escape.
Escape.
Escape. The act of most successful getting out or play, getting out or play, or dangerous by situation. Something that helps. Something that helps you to forget about your future life or problem. Something help you forget about. Forget something that helps. Something that helps you to forget about your future. Our vacation that focus on your wonderland, your place where your vacation is. Or last happiness, or loss, escape, get away.
OK， 快推快推。
我们还有I think.
Pieces, but I really didn't wake up to it. And we have an important preface, an important caveat, an important disclaimer before we get started. And here it is, provided from my lovely lawyers. Here we go. I am not an investment advisor. All opinions are my own. There are risks involved in placing any investment in securities, or in Bitcoin, or in cryptocurrencies, or in anything. None of the information presented today, or really any information is intended to form the basis for any offer or recommendation of any regard to investment objectives, financial situation, or needs of any specific person. That includes you. So, everything you're going to hear is for informational, entertainment purposes only. And with that said, please enjoy. Hey guys, Chris, I don't want to take
You're listening to TIP.
Backed by popular demand, we bring back Chris Mayer. Chris is the portfolio manager of Woodlock House Family Capital and the author of the very popular investing book, 100 Baggers. But today, we're going to be chatting about his lesser-known book, How Do You Know? A Guide to Clear Thinking About Wall Street, Investing, and Life. How Do You Know is a much different book than 100 Baggers, and it really got me thinking and changed the way I think about the investment landscape. Constantly, we are being bombarded with these broad terms like value investing, growth investing, the economy, GDP, the list goes on and on. Chris makes a compelling case during this episode that we can do away with all of these broad terms altogether. During this chat, we also touch on what Chris's goal is as a long-term investor in public equities, general semantics and how it relates to investing, why we shouldn't always take labels and names at face value, what companies Chris owns that are in what many would call unattractive industries, what Sosnoff's law is, how Chris developed the ability to not take himself too seriously, his top book recommendations, and much more. If you enjoy this chat, I highly recommend you pick up this book as well, which we'll have linked in the show notes. With that, we bring you today's episode with Chris Mayer.
You are listening to the Investors Podcast, where we study the financial markets and read the books that influence self-made billionaires the most. We keep you informed and prepared for the unexpected.
Welcome to the Investors Podcast. I'm your host today, Clay Fink. Today is a great day because we bring back Chris Mayer to the show. Chris, welcome back.
Thank you, Clay.
Okay.
Great to be back with you. Looking forward to it.
Well, since I was such a huge fan of 100 Baggers, which many people in the audience are aware of, I picked up one of your other books titled, How Do You Know? A Guide to Clear Thinking About Wall Street, Investing, and Life. After I read this book, I realized that you really, really love to read, and you fully embrace what Charlie Munger calls being a learning machine. So I'm curious, has being an avid reader always been a part of who you are, or how did that start for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've always been somebody who always had their nose in a book. And even when I was little, I remember I used to love reading like fantasy and science fiction, and as a preteen reading Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and all that. And then my reading just sort of shifted all around. But yeah, I think I've always been a reader. I've always enjoyed reading and learning and having books around.
And I think about the way you invest. You know, you select, say, 10 or so businesses, and I think it's really easy to kind of become complacent and think that, you know, you got your set it and forget it type portfolio. But, you know, you're still a learning machine. You're always reading and learning, and I think you sort of live in a way that Buffett and Munger sort of live, where they're always thinking about things, they're always thinking about their businesses. So can you talk more about that role that being a continuous learner has played for you?
Yeah, I think that's important because when you think about it, it looks like you're not doing anything because the portfolio isn't changing. You're out and they're doing buy or sells. But that's just one activity. You know, you think about doing things as also including reading transcripts and keeping up on the companies they own. And not only them, but their competitors and peers. And then there's ongoing work that I enjoy doing where I talk to people who used to work there, former executives, or people who used to run divisions or locations, or depending on the business. business. And so that's ongoing. You always learn new things. And businesses change all the time. I mean, some of these businesses now have run for years, and the environments change, different things happen, so there's always seems like there's stuff you want. I tell people if I wanted to, I could just do this job 24/7, but you kind of got to discipline yourself a little and realize there's a point of diminishing returns you get to with a name, and then you kind of leave it aside for a while, work on something else, and you kind of come back to it. So I'm always doing something. It's just not buying and trading, buying and selling.
Before we dive into the book here, I have one more point related to our previous conversation. During that chat, I mentioned that the goal for most investors is to beat the market, meaning they're trying to outperform some sort of benchmark like the S&P 500. And I think that's the goal of many fund managers, because those who invest with them, they know that their clients can go out and just buy an index and not have to deal with managers and paying fees and such. And during that chat, you pointed out that it probably shouldn't be the goal for most investors, or at least it isn't your goal. And that really stuck with me from that chat. You stated that trying to beat the market is like approaching life with the goal of trying to be happy. So with that in mind, I'd like to ask you, just throw it over to you, what is your goal as an investor if it's not beating the market?
Yeah, I think beating the market is more like the outcome of a very good process. So, it's like kind of putting the cart before the horse. You're saying you want to beat the market. The first thing you want to do is develop a good process that leads to high returns. And the problem also is if you make beating the market your goal, then you're not going to beat the market all the time. Even the greatest investors, they'll trail a third of the time or more. And it might make you make decisions that might get you ahead of the market in the short term, but will be detrimental to the long-term returns of your portfolio. So I want to ultimately, I hope that I will beat the market by a wide margin when I look back 10 years and see the results. But that again is that's the end product of a lot of other things I have to go first. So, and that for me entails finding an approach that meshes with my skill set and my temperament and the work that I've done. So that's my goal. My goal then it really becomes more of a discipline of sticking to what I've found, sticking to that process and not straying, because it's also easy to, any style that you have is going to trail the market at some point. And if you're not committed to that process, then it's easy to sort of switch and think that you can do better by altering your style. And most of the time that's a mistake.
It reminds me, I believe you wrote that most great investors that make a profit longer, they're going to be trailing the market 1/3 of the time. So during those years where they're trailing the market, they might think they're doing something wrong, when in reality the process might be just fine, but they just need to stick with it and focus on that long term, like you're mentioning.
Yeah, I'm not very goal-oriented myself when it comes to that specifically. Investors always like to ask that kind of, investors just want to say, well, what kind of returns do you expect? What do you hope? So sometimes I'll say, well, I could double your money over 5. It's kind of a good pace, but it's not like it's a goal per se. I'm just trying to get the highest returns I can with the skill set and knowledge that I have without doing anything crazy or risking the whole thing. So, it's kind of like, I don't know what a good analogy would be. If you were running a sports team, you want to go as far as you can, but you don't necessarily, you don't have goals that you have to hit, like beat certain metrics along the way. I don't know if that's a good analogy. I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but.
All right, let's turn to your book. How do you know? A lot of investment books say a lot of the same things, as you probably know, but I think yours is much different. It's a book that really made me think. Kudos to you for that, for creating something that I think really is just a lot different, and it's almost hard to explain. But we're going to be diving into some of the ideas here. The book talks a lot about general semantics, so let's start there. Can you define what general semantics means? Because this is a term I had never even heard of before reading the book. And how does this relate to investing?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to describe what it means exactly. It was a discipline that was created by a guy named Alfred Kruszypski, and he wrote a book in the 30s called Science and Sanity. It's a big, fat book with many footnotes and some math and 800 pages. It's not an easy read, and so I'll admit to being stumped the first time I tried to go through it. But that's where it began. It begins with him. And what he was trying to do, or I should say one of the things that general semantics tries to do is sort of analyze and look at how we use language and symbols and the assumptions that underline those words and symbols and how they then affect how we think about things. I think that's kind of a very broad way to think about it. It's an aid to critical thinking too. It's an even shorthand way to think about it. And so, how's this relate to investing? This is what my book wants to do, is to relate general semantics to investing. And there really has been very little on it. There's one other book that was written in 1958 by John McGee, and originally called it General Semantics on Wall Street. That was the original title. And I guess it didn't sell very well because within a year they issued another edition. They called it Winning on Wall Street rather than General Semantics, which is not the best name. And I think even people who are enthusiasts of this today will complain, General Semantics is not a great name. And we should have given it a better marketing handle, a better name, but it's been around for so long, it's hard to change it. So, the way I think general semantics relates to investing is you take all those analytical tools, and so Krzyzewski has this whole toolkit, which I'll get into in the book, and apply it to how we use language in Wall Street. I mean, we have in investing, we have lots of terms that we use that are very vague and abstract, and general semantics kind of helps you cut through a lot of those abstractions and get down to more concrete ideas. I know I'm speaking kind of generally now, but I'm sure we'll get into specific ideas here soon.
And the main quote, I think, that applies to this book broadly is a quote from Krzyzewski, and that is not the territory. So just because you attach a word to something doesn't mean it tells you anything about what it is you're describing.
That's right. That's his most famous coinage. I don't think he absolutely originally wrote, but he definitely popularized that term, and that is not the territory. So, and it's kind of like, there's been a lot of similar ones, like the menu is not the meal is another one. So this idea that what we say about something, how we describe it, is not the actual thing itself. And that's a very important idea that Krzyzewski hammered at again and again.
Let's dive in and chat about some of the terms that people use to try and simplify the investing world in maybe not the best possible way. What are some of the examples that come to mind for you?
Yeah, I always think of just basic ones, like think about how we talk about value stocks and growth stock. That's always one that's maybe easier to describe because, what is a value stock really? The way we talk about it and the way investors talk about it, so the way media talks about it, it's like there's an identifiable tag that you just put on a stock. This is a value stock, this is a growth stock, and those categories, of course, have very little meaning when you get down to it. You can see, people call themselves value investors on stocks that are also owned by people who call them growth stocks. Move around between the both. They really don't mean much of anything when you're in the business of owning individual stocks and businesses. You could do without that terminology entirely, and I don't think you lose anything at all. There's a lot of macro terms as well that we just throw around. Like, let's say the economy is doing well or the economy is doing poor, or throw around things like GDP, like it has a precise meaning. So what general semantics, I think, when you get familiar with it, what it forces you to do, anytime you see any of those kind of big abstractions, it kind of makes you stop. It's a little flag and say, well, what do you really mean when you say that? What are we talking about? Does it matter? And those are some of the things that come to mind.
I pulled a bit here related to the value investing one. You mentioned that it can include investors that are so different from each other that you have to question the validity of the term altogether. Then a bit later, if you want to get on the path to clear thinking, you have to see through this charade of value and growth. Another quote that really stuck with me is you said, there's really no such thing as a value stock or a growth stock. And it's just something that you just read it and you're just like, he's really right to some degree here, and it just turns your world upside down because people talk about value stocks and growth stocks all the time.
Yeah, and value investors and growth investors, and absolutely, that's the key, is being able to see through those labels. We do it too when we talk about companies, and we'll say, well, this company is an auto manufacturer, and then you just start thinking about it in a certain way. Like Ferrari, it's technically is an auto manufacturer, but it behaves more, it looks more like a luxury goods company. Those are kind of some examples. People get stuck in certain buckets, and instead of looking through at the underlying economics, and that will change the way you think.
Another term I think is really interesting that people love to use is durable competitive advantage. Does a company have a durable competitive advantage? It's really profound to think about how it's not really an either or thing. It's dynamic, it's ever changing, and what is strong today might not be strong in the future. So it's something that continuously needs to be sort of studied, thought about, and that's how it sort of applies to your sort of philosophy of continuously learning and continually questioning, what is reality.
Absolutely, and you mentioned something in there that's also a big point with Krzyzewski, the either or. So that's always a distinction. Anytime you come across something and it's presented as an either or, that alone is another little flag, because there's almost always a third alternative, or there's always a case where there's gradations in between. And so in your example with durable competitive advantage is one of those. I mean, it's not that you have it, you don't have it. It's a matter of degree, right? It's just kind of understanding what allows a company to earn high returns, let's say. Usually there's something that has special that it does. And then your job as investors is kind of figure out what that is and how long it might last and stay on top of it. So not about putting on a label on saying, well, this company has wide moat. What is that? It's not that you just have it and don't have it, but we're talking about.
Let's take a quick break here from today's sponsors.
As a person with a very deep voice, I'm hired all the time for advertising campaigns. But a deep voice doesn't sell B2B, and advertising on the wrong platform doesn't sell B2B either. That's why if you're a B2B marketer, you should use LinkedIn ads. LinkedIn has the targeting capabilities to help you reach the world's largest professional audience. That's right, over 70 million decision makers all in one place. All the big wigs, then medium wigs, also small wigs who are on the path to becoming big wigs. Okay, that's enough about wigs. LinkedIn ads allows you to focus on getting your B2B message to the right people. So, does that mean you should use ads on LinkedIn instead of hiring me, the man with the deepest voice in the world? Yes, it does. Get started today and see why LinkedIn is the place to be. We'll even give you a $100 credit on your next campaign. Go to linkedin.com/results to claim your credit. That's linkedin.com/results. Terms and conditions apply.
If your business earns millions or even tens of millions of dollars in revenue, then you're in luck, because it's your time to learn about NetSuite. We get it. All businesses run into their own issues. You fall behind, teams get buried in work, and it feels like you're putting out one fire after another in your search for truth. If this is you, you should know these three numbers: 36,000, 25, 1. 36,000, that's the number of businesses which have upgraded to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, streamlining accounting, financial management, inventory, HR, and more. 25. NetSuite turns 25 this year. That's 25 years of helping businesses do more with less. Close their book in days, not weeks, and drive down costs. 1. Because your business is one of a kind. So you get a customized solution for all of your KPIs or key performance indicators in one efficient system with one source of truth. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, and improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. Right now, download NetSuite's popular KPI checklist designed to give you consistently excellent performance absolutely free at netsuite.com/study. That's netsuite.com/study to get your own KPI checklist. netsuite.com/study.
Foundation Devices is self-custody done right. They build a premium-grade hardware wallet called Passport right here in the U.S., and it's fully open-source verifiable. It's the most intuitive Bitcoin hardware wallet designed with a UX reminiscent of a simple feature phone, so you'll know how to navigate and use it the moment you pick it up. Get your Bitcoin off exchanges and into your hands in just a few minutes. Experience the peace of mind that comes with taking ownership of your own keys. After a massive May sell-off during Bitcoin Miami 2023, the Passport is back in stock at foundationdevices.com. It's Bitcoin-only, open-source verifiable, completely offline air-gap security model, gorgeous design craft, premium build materials. If you've been thinking about getting your Bitcoin off exchanges, this one's for you. Check out the Passport link in the show notes below to learn more.
All right, back to the show.
I want to tap more into these really broad, big idea terms. Like, terms that come to mind are the economy and GDP. People seem to be very obsessed with are we entering a recession? Are we in a recession? They're obsessed with, what's GDP going to come in at? Could you talk more about, why we shouldn't be so fixated on these big terms and why GDP itself is just a flawed metric that is really difficult to attach meaning to when you're looking at these numbers?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's a very big, vague term. I mean, there's a lot of different critiques of GDP, and I know I've included some in the book. I mean, I remember one that comes to mind, like Rory Sutherland points out that, Wikipedia is a great free resource for everybody to use. It's like putting a library in everyone's house, but of course doesn't get counted in GDP at all. There's lots of things that are like that, where if you don't spend money on it, it's not counted, even though it clearly adds value. I know Bill Bonner, who's my partner, always likes to point out the example of saying, well, if you mow your own lawn and your neighbor mows his own lawn, it's no contribution to GDP, but he pays you $20 to mow his lawn and you pay him $20 to mow your lawn. Suddenly, it's $40 added to GDP. And so it measures things like spending. So we spend money on healthcare because we're sick. GDP goes up, but that's not necessarily a good outcome. And then it goes on and on and on with GDP. It's a very, very large abstraction. It kind of tries to track spending in an economy, but when you really get down into the particulars of it, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And again, it's one of those things I think you could do without as an investor. If you never looked at GDP or knew what GDP was, I don't think it would hurt your results at all.
You really opened my eyes, Chris, to why we should be skeptical of labels and names. But as you've mentioned, when people don't understand something, they like to slap a label on it and think that they understand it without, really looking and digging into what it actually is that you're talking about. And you mentioned one ETF in your book that had $132 million in assets under management, and it was called the Power Shares Dynamic Leisure and Entertainment ETF. So investors were presumably getting exposure to the leisure and entertainment industry, but this fund held companies like McDonald's and a bunch of the airlines companies, and funnily enough, the ETF didn't even hold the obvious players like Disney. And it's a big wake-up call that we really need to look at what it is we're actually talking about and not just take a label like the leisure and entertainment ETF. Just take that and assume that that's what it actually is.
Yeah, there are lots of examples of that in ETF world. I remember there was also a home builder stock or home builder ETF that I talked about in the book. And one of these ETFs had something like only a third of its assets in home builder stuff. You're getting a whole bunch of other stuff other than that. And the power of label, can have really big consequences. I used to work in the 90s and early 2000s, and back then people very much trust the S&P ratings and AAA for securities, and so I know that Bank Treasury would buy and sell bonds just because they had AAA rating, wouldn't do any more work on it than that. I used to joke because I was in commercial lending and do a lot more work, on individual company, do field audits and all sort of stuff. But the Treasury Department could buy and sell tens of millions of dollars of bonds just because it had AAA rating or not. And all that came undone with the big general financial crisis. And we saw that that was a case for people who just trusting the label and not looking at what was in it. So this can definitely have real serious consequences overlooking these labels.
And I think about how a lot of times people will attach a label to something, and when I relate this to investing, someone might think they're a growth investor, they want higher growth, and when they see that stock is like a value stock, then they'll just not even look at it and not even understand what it is. And I think about how some of your holdings are in what some people might call unattractive industries. Well, I just think about how you dug underneath the surface, and just because it might be in what people call an unattractive industry, it still can be a very attractive long-term business.
Absolutely, and this has happened to me multiple times. I know, I have Old Dominion Freight Lines in the portfolio. It's this trucking company, and most people trucking, it's an unattractive industry. Why would you want to be involved in that? There's lots of competition. But then you get in Old Dominion and you see that, its return on invested capital is huge, and it's got this deep competitive advantage over everyone else. And it's been taking market share, double its market share over the last decade. And then you see that in terms of results, it would be silly to just say, I don't own trucking companies because the economics are not something you expect to see. It's a real outlier, even when it's an industry. I've had that before too. Like I never had too much success with retail stocks, but I owned, Polska, which is a Polish grocery store. And again, that's getting beyond just its category and looking at the underlying economics, which are phenomenal for that business. And maybe you want to look further and so ultimately it's been very successful investment so far. So again, the real world consequences for taking these labels at face value and if your willingness to dig behind them can lead to some real insights. It seems really obvious, and sometimes when I talk about adjustments, it just seems so obvious. But it's not the way people behave. They behave exactly like we're talking.
That's important. That's important. That's important for us. That's important skill for it's important. That's important. It's important. How would let me say set how would disable people escape emergency escape get away from something. How would an emergency the emergency thrice bad yes. Accept your right. One or something. The film is not support. Accept right. Social. Get the emergency. The emergency. Accept right for someone important thing. Right for somewhere or something for somewhere else. Right. Okay. The emergency is this. The emergency more suited what something while okay. The pilot on the air level force. Down against release. Down against release. Acting by the force is down because it doesn't make literature by a deal on the year expected. Okay. Down again, you wish. Okay, first. You use it to describe lighter or smile or emotion that is product with perform and is not sensory well. She trained her to smile but suspected that is mixed force. She trained her to smile but back. That is mixed force. She trained her to smile but back. That is mixed force. Use the to describe life or smile or emotion that is product with or and is not sense effect. Therefore, and is sense effect. Either describe this what life or smile or emotion that is product. So try first to smile. Okay. That's what allows force to make Okay. Against is force. I noticed that. especially violent extremists will work. Forced. Down against the rules. Force. Expect. Keep something obvious. Force. Feel like especially when students Push. Introduction. Reinforce. Force. Body. Another. Relating truth, then you can say word out. Tomatoes. Not a well-filled for that person. I don't need any connection. It is for the printing. Teachers are used for students. Teachers are allowed to use force if it's to the culture. Teacher. Yeah. Teacher force. The action that is flatly enforced could be something made necessary by a new consequent action that is forced is it could be suddenly necessary by our new and expected situation. Okay, the kind of force not against the wish. There are a lot of others. We'll describe that. I try harder to smile but especially that is making force. The head of the aircraft arrived. As for smart, force to make an emergency. Passenger. Take them calculations. Emergency landing on Lake During the emergency management
Staff.
People. The group of who work for an organization. The group of people who work for the group of people who work for an organization. What's more organization? Few people. Okay, the word food. English. This a group of people who work together in an organization, or is it way for a shared purpose? A group of people who work together in an organization for shared purpose. The planning of activity or not. Don't want to involve what? Who's member? Member of a group who work together for share purposes. Organization. This okay. Minister. Minister. Why? Good for 8% right. Volunteer, a person who seek helping other people. Browning. Style. A person who person who done some things, especially help them. A person who help other people growing and reinforce locality, meaning volunteer work through the weekend. What? I understand. Measurement and child care project. I don't say. I don't show. That take part in the research by saving money by use. We are saving money by use. Volunteers. Volunteer. Oh. Volunteer, the person who does something especially helpful. All these communities staff. They group of people who work for this is good relationship between staff. This is great relationship between staff. The staff are well organized. All the functions to be vertical work for person. Many staff or person who work. All the emergency staff volunteer to work through the weekend. One always get a big talk The font of words should be need to be changed to a mostly. The font words should be escape. I would keep okay, you can command or play. You cannot command or play. water in an emergency. Gran was how to present skill. Free. It's free. No same. Good. No. Short. Enjoy. Realize something or good between them. We are connected with different people. Really? Good. Harder. This is harder.我还是没来，有一点，但还不是差一点。Okay, can always get it ready. Case. He knew that it was going to happen. He knew. He expected. He knew. Answer. The answer. Our particular situation was not case because what's in case? I don't want to go. I want to go. I'm doing in case. I don't want to go. I'm doing in case. I have been. It's not possible. If that is because of that, then I will be disappointed if that is the case. There's no confidence. In that case, I have a because of the motion switches. In that case, because of the passport motion. I don't think I will in case. More difficult to find. Runs. Tackle. Special to push a roof on the sugar cones. Metal into a pressure surface special to make it achieve mixture. Tractor over in case there was Who's your move? You can land or play. You can land or play on the water. You can land or play. You can land or play. You can land or play on the water. Well, recording. The surface of Earth is not even I always catch a net from Earth in the trunk of emergency. 这个就是有点太强了吧？ 5. Okay, took it. 生词好多啊，生词真的。Took it or blanket. Okay. I was for blanket and boat and trunk. Blanket.
Toolkit.
In the trunk for emergency. In the trunk for emergency. In the trunk for emergency. Emergency. In the trunk for emergency. In the trunk for emergency. Okay, 20 minutes. Let me name your face. Stowers. In the trunk for emergency. In the trunk for in the trunk for emergency. I would keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergency. The main part of blue. The main part of blue, the verse, the noun. The nice. Trunk. I would keep a blanket and toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 算了全是这个生词。in the trunk for emergency. So this. This thing on having no pay for a period of OK， 错了。面黄体。This is the roof floor long through. Working in the Okay. Maybe not. OK， 有阴影了，我靠，有阴影了。是这个意思。然后sure. This is thinking process. Observation unless which happens. 我靠，这雨也太大了吧！Intense.这小听懂。你说还有3次，还有3次。来。How many people will be back to the camp? Nice. Not funny. It's really cool. It's not really unless or less. Hey. It's really good. Yeah. Yeah, bullshit. To ugly and working hard. First of all, you can support. Okay, I mean, help or support. Okay. How about support programming with nouns? Expect to eat. Can do a job. You can do a job. You can do a expect. Not even 1 minute. Not. Children in infant. There's nothing here. It's cool on the flat level. It's cool on the flat level. Expect. Repeat. Unless. Unless you call me unless you call me per se, you can I'll see you at the theater. Okay, unless you call me to say you are not coming. I will see you. Okay, unless you call me, unless you call me to say I'm not coming, I'll see you there. Okay. I'm here to face a 2 minutes to face starvation unless expect but not wireless emergency 接下来是小词典脑了。 Okay. Unless, but not, but not. Okay. Continuing people, please. Starvation, unless or vice versa. Extremely not, extremely few, and vice versa. Extremely, okay, expected. Okay, unless. The most wild animals on yes, so zoos are not allowed to hunt the animals. Yes, use to say what will not happen because something else does not happen or is not true. Certainly. Okay. Now. The government has full option expected to promote growth to rates, right? Including the cannot. Cannot. Not including errors. Spectacle. There is nothing fireplace. Expect. Not including. Community faces starvation, unless or advised emergency aid program is not. Okay, for example, for the emergency many staff during the emergency many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. One always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. And help worship. I will support you. I will support. Drawing always kept. Hunt were difficult to find. Okay, Brown always took take away in case there was back. Yes. Brown always took away money take away in case there was emergency. You can land play on board in an emergency. I always keep I always kept lamp and toolkit in the trunk. I always kept blanket. I always kept blanket. I always kept a blanket in the trunk for emergency. In the trunk for emergency. Okay. Something dangerous was near the chance and accident. Something dangerous that was near the chance and accident which happens or expected without. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? If the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. Wheelchairs. They pallet of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva.这gas好低呀！这gas Gas. This gas.我靠，我的天啊，太适合你了，傻小伙。这怎么刚刚查到？真的好适合小家伙。
Now they're taking the label at face value and they're allowing it to do their thinking for them. They're not looking beyond it, not looking behind it. And there's lots of examples. We've talked already about a bunch.
You also caution against confusing correlation with causation. Don't fight the Fed is a phrase that gets thrown around a lot. And you're right, whenever you see an if X, then Y statement, then you should distrust it. And when I think about what drives stock market returns, I tend to think about sustainable growth and free cash flows will ultimately drive long-term shareholder returns. And this book really makes me question a lot of my assumptions. So I want to just turn that question to you and have you talk about what you believe drives long-term stock returns.
I'll answer that, but first I'll go back a little bit and, on the if-then. The problem is that, and finance people do this all the time, is they want to just change one variable. So they'll say, okay, well, if interest rates go up, then stocks are going to go down because, raise everyone's discount rate and cash flows with discounted cash flows now at this higher rate and asset values will fall. And the problem is, of course, in the real world, you never just change one variable. There's like all these other things that change at the same time. The underlying cash flows change, expectations change, all kinds of things change. And so you can have a result that then is surprising. So here we've had a period of time where the Fed has increased rates at a faster clip than ever has, and the market's ripping. And there's lots of examples in the past where if you had known ahead of time what some outcome was going to be, you'd still be wrong on the investment side. So one of my favorites in the book was, I think I got this from Michael Higgins, who pointed out, he had an example where even if you knew the price of gold more than doubled over some period of time, and you thought to yourself, well, that's pretty good. Logically, I'm going to buy the largest gold miner, Newmont. And then if you roll forward, Newmont stock actually fell 5% at that time. Again, because it wasn't just one variable that changed. Newmont has costs that went up a lot. There are other factors in business, expectations involved. So you had a dramatically different outcome than you would have thought based on the initial conclusion. So that's why you have to distrust any if-then. If X happens, then Y, and when it comes to market. Because there's so many other things going on. So when it comes to what drives long-term returns, I think it helps just to get down to really basic stuff. So a business, you think of it as a pile of capital, and what rate can increase that capital over the next 10 years. But that's the fundamentals that drive returns. So it's some kind of return on invested capital plus a growth rate over time. That really drives returns. What return you may get is also a function of the price that you pay. So in those three things, you have everything. And mathematically, it can't work out any other way. One of those three things has to lead to returns. Now, being able to forecast and figure out what return on invested capital is going to be over the next year, and what's the growth rate going to be, and what kind of valuation going to be, that's probably impossible to know. We're all making, best guesses and what we can based on our research and digging into, why certain businesses are able to generate such returns. And that's what we do.
You're a big believer in Sosnoff's law. Sosnoff wrote that the price of a stock varies inversely with the thickness of its research file, and the fattest files are found in stocks that are the most troublesome and will decline the furthest. The thinnest files are reserved for those that appreciate them most. In short, I sort of see this as the best ideas. They really stand out to you, and they don't require extraordinary levels of research to build that conviction. And I think this points to what you mentioned there. You want to find the essential elements of what's going to lead to this business's success, and then
Okay.
understand, the factors that play into that, and you filter out about everything else. In a way, it's drastically simplifying the extremely complex world around us, which is really liberating to do as an investor. So I'd love for you to talk more about Sosnoff's law.
Well, that's beautifully put there, Clay. That's good. I mean, that's exactly it. You hit it. You hit it right on its nose. I mean, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what kind of the essential things to know about a business. That's usually less than a handful of things. They're really key, the really important things. And the rest of it are details that are not that important in the long term, although they might be important in the short term and might have big impacts in particular quarters or whatever. But long term, they don't matter. So I spent a lot of time on that. When it comes to Sosnoff, I was always, he wrote a book called Humble on Wall Street, and I think it came out in the 70s, so the thickness of the research file is something that doesn't hold up as well over time, but we get the metaphor. And he was big on a couple of things I learned from him. One was he really emphasized the skin in the game aspect, but also I like this Sosnoff's law because it jives with my experience as well. When you're really laboring over an idea and you have to rely on like detailed spreadsheets and assumptions to justify it, it's probably not a good idea. The ones that are really great are the ones that just jump out at you and you're just really excited and it seems obvious. I mean, that again, it jives with my own experience. Some of the investments I've made have had very short, I write little internal memos to myself, and some of them have been very, very short, and they've been great. And the ones that I have to spend a lot of time on, a lot of times those don't do as well.
You really understand the qualitative aspects, the qualitative aspects of the business, of the management, and you're not having to fiddle around with a complex model just to make the numbers turn out to what you want them to be.
Yeah, and that's right. I mean, models are so sensitive to what assumptions you make. You could twist it and make it say whatever you want it to say. And the qualitative things, anyway, probably overrule a lot of the details in the long run. I mean, when you think about what drives returns for a business over a decade, it's going to be related to things like people and culture and those qualitative competitive advantages we talked about. So, yeah, I think that's right.
I'm also curious how meeting management teams in person, maybe on a call, how that sort of plays into this, because it seems like a lot of work to, maybe fly across the world to meet a manager that you're considering investing in, and then that also introduces, a number of different biases, like the liking bias and different things. Can you talk more about how meeting managers plays into your research process?
Yeah, this is a great question because I do believe that, managers and CEOs are in that position partly because they're charismatic people, and so you go there and you're charmed. So I try to do all the research first, and I have a pretty good opinion initially. And that's not always true. Sometimes it's happened where if I haven't met a management, I've seen them or heard them, and then that's been the attraction, something that they've said, a philosophy that they've sort of put out there that I think, hey, that's a clue that something good's going on there. So I haven't met the management team of all the companies I own, probably a little more than half. And I think it's valuable to meet them, and it depends on the situation. Sometimes for a larger company where the disclosures are very good, business is pretty simple, management team is a lot of transparency. You don't get a lot of extra meeting them. You have to be kind of frank about that. Sometimes I think investors want to meet management teams just so they can kind of check off that box and they can tell their investors, well, you met the CEO, but really what value did you get out of that meeting? Sometimes you do want to meet them. Find particularly with smaller companies, and those companies are more accessible usually. Depending on the business, there might be things that you want to know that aren't necessarily so obvious from the disclosures. Or some management teams are not out there as much, or there's not as much coverage, so there's just not as much information. Management teams can be helpful in that case. So I like to do it, but it doesn't always happen that way.
Another thing I've learned from you and really admire about your approach is your appreciation for the reality that everything changes. A lot of people, I think, they form an opinion on something and they can be set in their ways. And, I just read your book and I become very humbled by just questioning how little I actually know and questioning what I think I know. I wanted to pull in this quote from Dawes that you brought in. It's from his writing titled Using the Structural Differential. If we accept that we don't know all that's going on around us, we're less likely to be closed-minded about our ideas, opinions, decisions, etc. If we accept that we don't know all, we are more likely to develop a theoretical, experimental, and less absolutistic approach to what we believe, what we understand or know, or what we do. It reminds me how you're so willing to mention some of these individual names. You do it knowing full well you might change your opinion on this company tomorrow. That's just for the reason that everything changes. Businesses change, industry dynamics change, and I'd love for you to talk more about this appreciation for the appreciation that everything is always changing.
Yeah, I think that's something that can really, general semantics studying that has really helped bring home. I mean, Korzybski has this idea. One of his ideas is he uses dates. So for certain ideas or opinions that you have, he recommends you just kind of date it. You either date it physically, make a little subscript and date, or you can just mentally know that that was your opinion at that time. And it has a way of detaching yourself from that. So you hit it right on again. We said, I'm willing to mention those names because I know in my mind I'm not attached to these opinions at all. I mean, this is what I'm saying today is what I think right now at this moment in time. And then a year from now, it might be a different story with something. So, and Korzybski, he has a number of examples. Like he'll say, you just look at old photos. You can see how you yourself physically have changed. You can see how things have changed. I know one of the things I do is I keep a journal. And one of the interesting things about keeping your journal, I try to write in every day, even just stock market stuff, anything, because it makes it harder to lie to yourself, as far as what you thought back in time. And you can see how you've changed a lot as a person. Things that you liked, things that you thought you don't think anymore. So it really makes you humble. I mean, that everything changes. And so if that's your premise, you become less attached to opinions, less attached to facts today, and more willing to let them go when it's time. It's really been, I think, a very good and liberating exercise.
Related to this idea of everything changes, I think, there's this profound mental model you sort of introduced to me that this time is always different. People try and make comparisons today to previous times in the past, and they're trying to make predictions about what's going to happen. Is the stock market going to crash? Are we going to enter a recession? This mental model of this time is always different is, again, very liberating, because even some of the great investors, they talk about how history tends to repeat itself, maybe it rhymes, but not repeat exactly. And I think about how companies are always changing, market dynamics are always changing, and everything is changing again. And you talk about indexes and how they're changing. So people will look at the S&P 500 and they're not really looking at the companies in that index. They're looking at what was the price, say, in 2003, what's the price in 2023, what's the multiples between the two. And the reality is, you're comparing things that are entirely different because the index itself changes. The top holdings in 2003 were much different than 2023.
Yeah, I mean, that's an important thing. That's, again, kind of mixes in with a lot of stuff we've talked about. The S&P index has a name, has a label, and people treat it as if it's this thing that you can just compare over decades of time and that it's a valid comparison. But, just look at the top 10 in the S&P now, look at it 20 years ago, look at it 20 years before that. It's substantially different, and the mix of companies is significantly different. I mean, I think the S&P only added financials in the 70s or something like that, so there's been a lot of big changes to the index over time. And that's going to skew your numbers, price earnings ratio or whatever. So, I mean, that's been very important. And I love that this time it's different example too, because, I think it was Templeton who kind of made that famous where he said this time is different, is, most dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And I get the idea behind it. The idea behind it is investors want to try to defend bubbles or something, and we all know that they come to an end at some point. So there's some truth to that. But then the other side is that this time is always different from every other time before that. Details are always different companies, different people. It's a different world now than it was 20 years ago or 20 years before that. And so keeping in mind that is the case, may prevent you from falling into some traps. I mean, people finance do this all the time. On Twitter, how many times you'll see, or now they call it X, you'll see charts where someone will say, have some bear market going like this, and then they'll have the present. It'll be like this. Oh my God, it matches up perfectly. It has no validity whatsoever, at all. And nothing to do with anything. But people love to do that.
Let's take a quick break and hear from today's sponsors.
Support for this podcast comes from Wise, the account that lets you send, spend, and receive money internationally. Wise is the best way to move and manage your money around the world, all with one account. With Wise, you can save in more than 40 currencies, giving you more bang for your baht, peso, and pound. So you can send money back home fast or spend seamlessly in the local currency while on your travels abroad, business, or pleasure. You can shop online from overseas while avoiding inflated transaction fees too, or receive your paycheck in another currency. You'll always get the mid-market exchange rate when you convert between currencies with no markups and no hidden fees. Whatever's on the horizon, it's one account built for your international life. Join 15 million people and businesses already saving and see what Wise could do for you by downloading the app or visiting wise.com/TIP. That's wise.com/TIP. Estás disfrutando de mi podcast. Thanks to Babbel, I know what that means. Do you? Recently, I've been learning to speak Spanish with Babbel, and you can too. Because with Babbel, you can start speaking a new language in as little as 3 weeks. Why did I choose Babbel, you might ask? Because it works. Instead of paying hundreds of dollars for a private tutor or fooling yourself with language apps that are practically games, Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons are designed by over 150 language experts. Babbel is designed by real people, and it's the best way to learn a new language for real conversations. That could be to chat with locals using that language, ordering food, asking for directions, or countless other situations. You seriously won't believe how good Babbel is at teaching languages, and it's no surprise as they have sold over 10 million subscriptions. Even studies from Yale, Michigan State University, and others continue to prove that Babbel is better. For instance, one study found that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a full semester at college. Here's a special limited time deal for our listeners to get you started right now. Get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/WSB. Get 55% off at babbel.com/WSB, spelled BABBEL.com/WSB. Rules and restrictions may apply. Think of your favorite entrepreneur. They wouldn't be anywhere without trusted partners. If your commerce platform is scaring away potential customers instead of converting them into lifelong fans, you have to try Shopify. Did you know that Shopify powers 10% of all e-commerce in the US and millions of entrepreneurs globally of all sizes in over 170 countries? Shopify is the commerce platform that is revolutionizing millions of businesses worldwide. It's your no excuses business partner that makes it easy for you to sell without needing to code or design. Just bring your best ideas and Shopify will help you open up shop. And once you've reached your audience, Shopify has the internet's best converting checkout to help you turn them from browsers to buyers. What I personally love about Shopify is how no matter how big you want to grow, Shopify gives you everything you need to take control and take your business to the next level. This is Possibility powered by Shopify. Sign up for a $1 per month trial period at shopify.com/WSB. That's all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/WSB to take your business to the next level today. That's shopify.com/WSB.
All right, back to the show.
Just to use an example here, they might look at the S&P 500. I'm just throwing out numbers. These aren't, based on numbers I actually looked up. We'll say the multiple on the S&P was 20 in 2003, whatever it was. And today we'll say it's higher than that. We'll say, it's much higher today, the multiple today and people will assume that, we're way above the historical mean. So eventually things tend to revert to the mean. So is reversion to the mean itself a flawed concept?
Yeah, I mean, I have another outlier opinion on this, is that, reversion to mean that people talk about is very problematic because there is no real mean. I mean, it's your imagination. It's a concept we've created, but there's no mean. There's no market that says I have to go to this mean. And that mean is always changing. As you pointed out, I mean, you could look at the multiple now today, and the S&P is a lot higher than it was, say, in 2003. But in 2003, some of the biggest companies might include ExxonMobil, might have been a very large company in 2003, might have been slower growth, more capital intensive businesses that are part of that index versus now. So there's reasons why they might be very, very different. And it doesn't make sense to say that today's S&P has to go to some mean that's constructed based on constituents that aren't even in the index today. I think that's an overlooked thing. I mean, mean reversion, you have to be careful again with what are the components that you're saying have to mean revert. It might be one thing if you're looking at a company that does the same thing now, exact same thing it did now 20 years ago, and the margins don't change very much, and suddenly you've got a little dip. There might be some way to defend the reversion to mean, but I'm very skeptical of those kind of arguments.
Again, I think it's another case where people are just maybe simplifying too much. They'll be like, this company's trading at the lowest multiple it's ever been. I'm like, have you looked at the business and the actual, where things are trending, where the world is trending? And
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a prominent example. Like, I know a lot of people are getting excited about, say, Danaher, and because it's traded at lowest PE it's traded at in however many years. But, do you look at the return on invested capital on Danaher? It's been in decline, It's not the same business that it was. So people remember in their head at this great, high-performing conglomerate for all those years. Now maybe it will get back there. Maybe there's a thesis that it gets back there. But a lot of times you see a company trading in the lowest level it's ever traded at is a reason. And you think about just assuming that you can buy this today and you go back to it'll mean revert and you'll make this great return. You got to get behind it and figure out why. There's another phrase I always still love. Marty Whitman used to say that what the numbers mean instead of what they are. I think that's a good idea. That's not so important what the number is. It's kind of figuring out more what it means. Why is it there?
let's talk more about that. I pulled in a point here talking about accounting issues. And some investors, they base the value of a stock just looking at the PE. The price side of the equation, we know it's just the market price. And relating that to the PE, people would say a high PE is an expensive stock and a low PE is a cheap stock. But it can be difficult, you say you want to look at what the numbers actually mean and not what the numbers just show. And it's difficult because the earnings side of the equation, it can get murky and it can be up to interpretation of accountants. So do you have any tips for our listeners for how they can better interpret earnings, or how you've sort of come around to understanding, maybe quality earnings or not so quality?
Right. I mean, sometimes when I get for shock value, I'll say something like PE is not a valuation tool, because it leaves out so much. I mean, the most critical thing it leaves out is how much capital is required to produce those earnings. So if you have a company that's trading at, let's say, 10 times earnings seems attractive, but how much capital is required to produce that dollar of earnings? And even if the business is growing, you'll hear people say, well, as long as free cash flow per share goes up over time, that's good. Or earnings per share go up over time, that's good. But again, not necessarily, because you're missing out the key thing, which is how much capital is consumed or required to increase free cash flow or earnings per share over that time. And the market over the long term generally sorts things out by that return on invested capital and growth, or some sort of return measure. Businesses that are able to generate a lot more cash with a lot less capital are going to be worth a lot more money than a company that requires a lot more capital to produce the same amount of earnings or cash flow. So I guess my advice would be, or recommendation would be, is to always benchmark your price earnings ratio, if you're going to use that, on some kind of return. So again, it's not just growth, but it's also, say something simple like ROE, or return on capital, something like that you have to factor in. And you'll find that the higher return companies are going to command bigger multiples. And if you're not accounting for that, you're going to have a huge blind spot as an investor. So that's one. And two, keep in mind that earnings are really an accounting convention. And they can be widely different from company to company depending on what accounting decisions they make, or even today's economy with so much value in intangible assets that don't, or they get accounted for, but sometimes it's muddies the water. Sometimes you got to understand that. And so those would be my big points of advice.
And it also reminds me, you talk about in your book how two companies in the same industry, investors might look at the PE, but the accounting, how they deal with their accounting is different. So you can't compare one earnings number to the other because the way they're calculating those earnings is different.
Yeah, I mean, the way, if you have a company that is more acquisitive versus another one who does the work in-house, that affects the goodwill and messes up the earnings number a lot. I mean, also, this reminds me of another thing I see people do a lot, is they'll take whole markets and they'll say, PE, or price to book ratio in Japan, is so much lower than it is in the US, and therefore it's cheaper. But as soon as you just put up a simple thing like benchmark it against return on equity, for example, suddenly you understand why. I mean, the return on equity for a typical American company is 2x higher or more than a Japanese company. I don't know what the number is today, but I know there's a big gap there. Or people do it all the time in different European markets as well. UK is a lot cheaper on a PE basis, and they're looking at some index and comparing it to an American index, not knowing that the UK index is weighted with financials or energy companies that inherently have low PEs, lower returns. So you always have to go back and for those fundamentals and benchmark things against that.
You have a chapter towards the end of your book that talks about having a delayed reaction. People can be really quick to judge something, and it reminds me how investors, when a company releases their quarterly earnings, investors will go and check what the stock price is doing, and then they'll judge whether the company had a good or a bad quarter based on what the stock price is doing without looking underneath the surface. So can you share the story that you share in the book of your experience of why we shouldn't be so quick to judge something based on our initial reaction?
This definitely made an impression on me. I was pretty young at the time, but I was at a financial conference and I delivered a talk, and afterwards, people come up and ask questions, and this one guy came up to me and he was wearing overalls. He looked like a farmer. I'm telling you, it's not just true. This happened. I couldn't believe it. You're at a financial conference, people all dressed up, and this guy really stood out. So my initial impression of him was to kind of write him off. As kind of this country bumpkin. But then as soon as I started talking to him, I realized that he was he was a very smart man. He was quite wealthy. And if I had thought about it a little more, I would have maybe thought that. Because here, who comes to a financial conference? First off, not cheap. They have to get there. And who would have the stones to kind of come in there like that, except somebody who's supremely confident in themselves and knew what they were all about. So that was a big, big wake-up call for me. And I remember thinking I would never do that again. Prejudge somebody so much based on appearance like that. And that's just one example. There are other times where this has happened. But the delayed reaction is something which I've always taught, and it's probably one of the more difficult things to practice because your mind just jumps to conclusions, and delayed reaction teaches you not to delay those conclusions as long as possible.
I think again about the PE where people, just want to judge if a stock is expensive or cheap just based on the PE that shows up when looking at the ticker.
Yes, that happens. Part of it you can understand. I mean, we're just inundated with so much stuff, right? We need to get through it. We need to filter. We need some way to sort through it. And people develop shortcuts to get through them. But sometimes, your filters are not set right.
可以 好
But you have to set it somewhere. I mean, I know I miss a lot too. I miss a lot. Everybody does.
好，拜拜。
You have to find some way to cut it down.
Yeah, and you apply your own filters in some way. For example, the owner-operator. You want companies with high level of insider ownership, but of course there's going to be great companies that don't have high levels of insider ownership too.
Of course, yeah, I've missed out a lot of that. The other big filter I use is I'm very picky on debt and leverage, probably more extreme than most investors, and so yeah, I missed out on a lot of things because they have leverage. But I'm okay with that because the universe that I have is rich enough, and I don't feel like I'm constrained for ideas or somehow that there aren't good winners that I've found. So you have to be okay with letting a lot of things go.
Another thing that really stands out to me as I read more and more of your work is your very relaxed nature and your ability to not take yourself too seriously. I want to read a bit here from your book. You write, "Laugh more. Life may not be a joke, but it is often funny. If you keep in mind the abstractions, most of the serious business of the world seems pretentious, trivial, silly, and ridiculous. You can't help but laugh at it." I read this and I think about this and I think about Buffett and Munger, and I see some similar characteristics in that they don't take themselves too seriously and they truly want to enjoy life. So I'd love for you to talk about how this maybe ties into investing, because you're managing a fund, you're managing other people's money, real money at risk, yet you're able to detach yourself in a way and not become too overwhelmed by it and not take yourself too seriously.
Yeah, I would say, this is learned too. I mean, this is something I've had to work at, but I mean, it helps to doing the 100 Baggers book, looking at long-term performance of companies. One lesson that's inescapable from doing all that is you realize that things that seem momentous at certain points in time really just sort of bleed out and are almost imperceptible over a longer period of time. So certain quarters where even more stock prices can make violent moves, 10, 15% move, at the time they seem like, wow, I get stressed out, something drops 15% or whatever. But when you look back in time, even, severe bear markets, and you look back in time and it's a little bump in the chart. So when you zoom out and kind of keep a bigger picture perspective, that's helped me a lot. It's really helped me a lot to do that. But I do think it's really important. I mean, I think I enjoy it a lot more the way I am now. Just more relaxed about it, a little more detached, taking a good long view, rather than just being so intense where you're, so focused on a moment in a quarter or whatever is going to happen. And so those guys, Buffett and Munger, they're wise in a lot of ways. And this is one too, where Buffett says he tap dances to work every day and enjoys it. I mean, some of it has to be this. You can't take it that seriously.
To my understanding, you spent a number of years traveling the world, going to different countries. So I'd be interested to hear sort of your those experiences and how that impacted you, and maybe how that opened you up, and maybe impacted you even as an investor, and just understanding, you know, how different countries are different, how cultures are different, and yeah, I'd love for you to take that in whatever direction you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of traveling, all my 20s and 30s. We went everywhere, all through South America, all through Asia, and especially those places, and even some far-flung places. I mean, I remember going to Myanmar when it just opened up, and that was a real eye-opening trip. I remember, you know, they didn't take credit cards, carried cash, and it was amazing. And people, I remember I was traveling with a friend of mine, people stopping, want to take pictures with us because we were one of the first, Westerners that wandered in their town or whatever it was. So that was a really remarkable trip. I've been to some far places, Mongolia. I remember doing that with Tarish Kupperman. We had some good adventures there.
Ladies and germs, leaders and squirrels, how goes it? I hope you are all well. This is Tim Ferriss. Welcome to another episode of the Tim Ferriss Show. My guests today are Naval Ravikant and Chris Dixon. Naval Ravikant is one of the most popular.
You're listening to TIP.
Backed by popular demand, we bring back Chris Mayer. Chris is the portfolio manager of Woodlock House Family Capital and the author of the very popular investing book, 100 Baggers. But today, we're going to be chatting about his lesser-known book, How Do You Know? A Guide to Clear Thinking About Wall Street, Investing, and Life. How Do You Know is a much different book than 100 Baggers, and it really got me thinking and changed the way I think about the investment landscape. Constantly, we are being bombarded with these broad terms like value investing, growth investing, the economy, GDP, the list goes on and on. Chris makes the compelling case during this episode that we can do away with all of these broad terms altogether. During this chat, we also touch on what Chris's goal is as a long-term investor in public equities, general semantics and how it relates to investing, why we shouldn't always take labels and names at face value, what companies Chris owns that are in what many would call unattractive industries, what Sosnoff's law is, how Chris developed the ability to not take himself too seriously, his top book recommendations, and much more. If you enjoy this chat, I highly recommend you pick up this book as well, which we will have linked in the show notes. With that, we bring you today's episode with Chris Mayer.
You are listening to The Investors Podcast, where we study the financial markets and read the books that influence self-made billionaires the most. We keep you informed and prepared for the unexpected.
Welcome to the Investors Podcast. I'm your host today, Clay Fink. Today is a great day because we bring back Chris Mayer to the show. Chris, welcome back.
Thank you, Clay. Good to be back with you. Looking forward to it.
Well, since I was such a huge fan of 100 Baggers, which many people in the audience are aware of, I picked up one of your other books titled, How Do You Know? A Guide to Clear Thinking About Wall Street, Investing, and Life. After I read this book, I realized that you really, really love to read, and you fully embrace what Charlie Munger calls being a learning machine. So I'm curious, has being an avid reader always been a part of who you are, or how did that start for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think I've always been somebody who always had their nose in a book. And even when I was little, I remember I used to love reading like fantasy and science fiction, and as a preteen reading The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings and all that. And then my reading just sort of shifted all around. But yeah, I think I've always been a reader. I've always enjoyed reading, learning, and having books around.
And I think about the way you invest. You know, you select, say, 10 or so businesses, and I think it's really easy to kind of become complacent and think that, you know, you got your set it and forget it type portfolio. But, you know, you're still a learning machine. You're always reading and learning, and I think you sort of live in a way that Buffett and Munger sort of live, where they're always thinking about things, they're always thinking about their businesses. So can you talk more about that role that being a continuous learner has played for you?
Yeah, I think that's important because when you think about it, it looks like you're not doing anything because the portfolio isn't changing, you're not in there doing buy or sells. But that's just one activity. You think about doing things as also including reading transcripts and keeping up on the companies that you own. And not only them, but their competitors and peers. And then there's ongoing work that I enjoy doing where I talk to people who used to work there, former executives, or people who used to run divisions or locations, depending on the business. And so that's ongoing, and you always learn new things. And businesses change all the time. I mean, some of these businesses now I've owned for years, and it's just the environment's changed, different things happen, so there's always seems like there's stuff to learn. I tell people if I wanted to, I could just do this job 24/7, but you kind of got to discipline yourself a little and realize that there's a point of diminishing returns you get to with a name, and then you kind of leave it aside for a while, work on something else, and you kind of come back to it. So I'm always doing something. It's just not buying and trading, buying and selling.
Before we dive into the book here, I have one more point related to our previous conversation. During that chat, I mentioned that the goal for most investors is to beat the market, meaning they're trying to outperform some sort of benchmark like the S&P 500. And I think that's the goal of many fund managers, because those who invest with them, they know that their clients can go out and just buy an index and not have to deal with managers and paying fees and such. And during that chat, you pointed out that it probably shouldn't be the goal for most investors, or at least it isn't your goal. And that really stuck with me from that chat. You stated that trying to beat the market is like approaching life with the goal of trying to be happy. So with that in mind, I'd like to ask you, just throw it over to you, what is your goal as an investor if it's not beating the market?
Yeah, I mean, I think beating the market is more like the outcome of a very good process. So, yeah, I mean, it's like kind of putting the cart before the horse if you're saying you want to beat the market. I mean, first thing you want to do is develop a good process that leads to high returns. And the problem also is if you make beating the market your goal, then, you're not going to beat the market all the time. Even the greatest investors will trail a third of the time or more. And it might make you make decisions that might get you ahead of the market in the short term, but will be detrimental to the long-term returns of your portfolio. So I want to, ultimately, I hope that I will beat the market by a wide margin when I look back 10 years and see the results. But that, again, is sort of that's the end product of a lot of other things that have to go first. So, and that, for me, entails finding an approach that meshes with my skill set, my temperament, and all the work that I've done. So that's my goal. And so my goal then, it really becomes more of a discipline of sticking to what I've found, sticking to that process and not straying, because it's also easy to, any style that you have is going to trail the market at some point. And if you're not committed to that process, then it's easy to sort of switch. You think that you can do better by, altering your style, and most of the times that's a mistake.
It reminds me, I believe you wrote that most great investors, like you think of Buffett, Munger, they're going to be trailing the market 1/3 of the time. So during those years where they're trailing the market, they might think they're doing something wrong, when in reality their process might be just fine, but they just need to stick with it and focus on that long term, like you're mentioning.
Yeah, I'm not very goal-oriented myself when it comes to that specifically. Investors always like to ask that kind of, new investors. They'll say, well, what kind of returns do you expect, or what do you hope? So sometimes I'll say, well, I like to double your money over 5. It's kind of a good pace, but it's not like it's a goal per se. I'm just trying to get the highest returns I can with skill set and knowledge that I have without doing anything crazy or risking the whole thing. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know what a good analogy would be. I mean, if you're running a sports team, you want to go as far as you can, but you don't necessarily, they don't have goals that you have to hit, have to beat certain metrics along the way. I don't know if that's a good analogy. I'm trying to think of a good analogy, but.
All right, let's turn to your book, How Do You Know? A lot of investment books say a lot of the same things, as you probably know, but I think yours is much different. It's a book that really made me think. Kudos to you for that, for creating something that I think really is just a lot different, and it's almost hard to explain, but we're going to be diving into some of the ideas here. The book talks a lot about general semantics, so let's start there. Can you define what general semantics means? Because this is a term I had never even heard of before reading the book. And how does this relate to investing?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to describe what it means exactly. I mean, it's a discipline that was created by a guy named Alfred Korzybski, and he wrote a book in the 30s called Science and Sanity. It's a big, fat book with many footnotes and some math and 800 pages. It's not an easy read and stuff. I'll admit to being stumped the first time I tried to go through it. But that's where it began. It begins with him and what he was trying to do, or I should say one of the things that general semantics tries to do is sort of analyze and look at how we use language and symbols and the assumptions that underline those words and symbols and how they then affect how we think about things. I think that's kind of a very broad way to think about it. It's an aid to critical thinking too. It's even a shorthand way to think about it. And so, how's this relate to investing? This is what my book wants to do, is to relate general semantics to investing. And there really has been very little on it. There was one other book that was written in 1958 by John McGee, and originally he called it General Semantics on Wall Street. That was the original title. And I guess it didn't sell very well because within a year they issued another edition. They called it Winning on Wall Street rather than General Semantics, which is not the best name. And I think even people who are enthusiasts of this book today will complain, General Semantics is not a great name. Wish you'd given it a better marketing handle, a better name, but it's been around for so long, it's hard to change it. So, the way I think general semantics relates to investing is you take all those analytical tools, and so Krzyzewski has this whole toolkit, which I get into in the book, and apply it to how we use language in Wall Street. We have, in investing, we have lots of terms that we use that are very vague and abstract, and general semantics kind of helps you cut through a lot of those abstractions and get down to more concrete ideas. I know I'm speaking kind of generally now, but I'm sure we'll get into specific ideas here soon.
And the main quote, I think, that applies to this book broadly is a quote from Krzyzewski: "The map is not the territory." So just because you attach a word to something doesn't mean it tells you anything about what it is you're describing.
That's right. That's his most famous coinage. I don't think he was absolutely the originator of it, but he definitely popularized that term. The map is not the territory. So, and it's kind of like, there's been a lot of similar ones, like the menu is not the meal. That's another one. And this idea that what we say about something, what we describe, that is not the actual thing itself. And that's a very important idea that Krzyzewski hammered at again and again.
Let's dive in and chat about some of the terms that people use to try and simplify the investing world in maybe not the best possible way. What are some of the examples that come to mind for you?
Yeah, I always think of just basic ones, like think about how we talk about value stocks and growth stock. That's always one that's maybe easier to describe because, what is a value stock really? The way we talk about it and the way investors talk about it, and the way media talks about it, it's like there's an identifiable tag that you just put on a stock. This is a value stock, this is a growth stock. And those categories, of course, have very little meaning when you get down into it. You can see, people call themselves value investors own stocks that are also owned by people who call themselves growth investors. Stocks move around between the boat. They really don't mean much of anything. When you're in the business of owning individual stocks and businesses, you could do without that terminology entirely. I don't think you'd lose anything at all. And there's a lot of macro terms as well that we just throw around. Like, let's say the economy is doing well or the economy is doing poor. Or we'll throw around things like GDP, like it has a precise meaning. So what general semantics, I think, when you get familiar with it, what it forces you to do, anytime you see any of those kind of big abstractions, it kind of makes you stop. There's a little flag and say, well, what do you really mean when you say that? What are we talking about? Does it matter? And those are some of the things that come to mind.
I pulled a bit here related to the value investing one. You mentioned that it can include investors that are so different from each other that you have to question the validity of the term altogether. Then a bit later, if you want to get on the path to clear thinking, you have to see through this charade of value and growth. Another quote that really stuck with me is you said, "There's really no such thing as a value stock or a growth stock." And it's just something that you just read it and you're just like, he's really right to some degree here. And it just turns your world upside down because people talk about value stocks and growth stocks all the time.
Yeah, and value investors and growth investors, and absolutely. That's the key, is being able to see through those labels. We do it too when we talk about companies. We'll say, well, this company is an auto manufacturer, and then you just start thinking about it in a certain way. Like Ferrari, it's technically an auto manufacturer, but it behaves more or looks more like a luxury goods company. Those are kind of some examples. People get stuck in certain buckets, and instead of looking through at the underlying economics, and it will change the way you think.
Another term I think is really interesting that people love to use is durable competitive advantage. Does a company have a durable competitive advantage? It's really profound to think about how it's not really an either or thing. It's dynamic, it's ever changing, and what is strong today might not be strong in the future. So it's something that continuously needs to be sort of studied, thought about, and that's how it sort of applies to your sort of philosophy of continuously learning and continually questioning, what is reality.
Absolutely, and you mentioned something in there that's also a big point with Krzyzewski, the either or. So that's always a distinction. Anytime you come across something and it's presented as an either or, that alone is another little flag, because there's almost always a third alternative, where there's always a case where there's gradations in between. And so in your example with durable competitive advantage is one of those. I mean, it's not that you have it or you don't have it. It's a matter of degree, right? It's just kind of understanding what allows a company to earn high returns, let's say. Usually there's something that has it's special that it does. And then your job as an investor is kind of figure out what that is and how long it might last and stay on top of it. So not about putting on a label on and saying, well, this company has wide moat. What is that? It's not that you just have it and don't have it, but we're talking about.
Let's take a quick break to hear from today's sponsors.
As a person with a very deep voice, I'm hired all the time for advertising campaigns. But a deep voice doesn't sell B2B, and advertising on the wrong platform doesn't sell B2B either. That's why if you're a B2B marketer, you should use LinkedIn ads. LinkedIn has the targeting capabilities to help you reach the world's largest professional audience. That's right, over 70 million decision makers all in one place. All the big wigs, then medium wigs, also small wigs who are on the path to becoming big wigs. Okay, that's enough about wigs. LinkedIn ads allows you to focus on getting your B2B message to the right people. So, does that mean we should use ads on LinkedIn instead of hiring me, the man with the deepest voice in the world? Yes, it does. Get started today and see why LinkedIn is the place to be. We'll even give you a $100 credit on your next campaign. Go to linkedin.com/results to claim your credit. That's linkedin.com/results. Terms and conditions apply.
If your business earns millions or even tens of millions of dollars in revenue, then you're in luck, because it's your time to learn about NetSuite. We get it. All businesses run into their own issues. You fall behind, teams get buried in work, and it feels like you're putting out one fire after another in your search for truth. If this is you, you should know these three numbers: 36,000, 25, 1. 36,000, that's the number of businesses which have upgraded to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system, streamlining accounting, financial management, inventory, HR, and more. 25. NetSuite turns 25 this year. That's 25 years of helping businesses do more with less. Close their book in days, not weeks, and drive down costs. 1. Because your business is one of a kind. So you get a customized solution for all of your KPIs or key performance indicators in one efficient system with one source of truth. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, and improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. Right now, download NetSuite's popular KPI checklist designed to give you consistently excellent performance absolutely free at netsuite.com/study. That's netsuite.com/study to get your own KPI checklist. netsuite.com/study.
Foundation Devices is self-custody done right. They build a premium-grade hardware wallet called Passport right here in the U.S., and it's fully open-source verifiable. It's the most intuitive Bitcoin hardware wallet designed with a UX reminiscent of a simple feature phone, so you'll know how to navigate and use it the moment you pick it up. Get your Bitcoin off exchanges and into your hands in just a few minutes. Experience the peace of mind that comes with taking ownership of your own keys. After a massive May sell-off during the Bitcoin Miami 2023, the Passport is back in stock at foundationdevices.com. It's Bitcoin-only, open-source verifiable, completely offline air-gap security model, gorgeous design craft, premium build materials. If you've been thinking about getting your Bitcoin off exchanges, this one's for you. Check out the Passport link in the show notes below to learn more.
All right, back to the show.
I want to tap more into these really broad, big idea terms. Like, terms that come to mind are the economy and GDP. People seem to be very obsessed with are we entering a recession? Are we in a recession? There's this, what's GDP going to come in at? Could you talk more about, why we shouldn't be so fixated on these big terms and why GDP itself is just a flawed metric that is really difficult to attach meaning to when you're looking at these numbers?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's a very big term. There's a lot of different critiques in GDP, and I know I've included some in the book. I mean, I remember one that comes to mind, like Lily Sutherland points out that, Wikipedia is a great free resource for everybody. I think that it's like putting a library in everyone's house, but of course doesn't get counted in GDP at all. There's lots of things that are like that, where if you don't spend money on it, it's not counted, even though it clearly has value. I know Bill Bonner, my partner, always likes to point out the example of saying, well, if you mow your own lawn and your neighbor mows his own lawn, it's no contribution to GDP, but he pays you $20 to mow his lawn, you pay him $20 to mow your lawn. Suddenly, it's $40 added to GDP. And so it measures things like spending. So we spend money on healthcare because we're sick, GDP goes up, but that's not necessarily a good outcome. I mean, it goes on and on and on with GDP. It's a very, very large abstraction that kind of tries to trap spending in an economy. But when you really get down into the particulars of it, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. And again, it's one of those things I think you could do without as an investor. If you never looked at GDP or knew what GDP was, I don't think it would hurt your results at all.
You really opened my eyes, Chris, to why we should be skeptical of labels and names. And as you've mentioned, when people don't understand something, they like to slap a label on it and think that they understand it without, really looking and digging into what it actually is that you're talking about. And you mentioned one ETF in your book that had $132 million in assets under management, and it was called the Power Shares Dynamic Leisure and Entertainment ETF. So investors were presumably getting exposure to the leisure and entertainment industry, but this fund held companies like McDonald's and a bunch of the airlines companies, and funnily enough, the ETF didn't even hold the obvious players like Disney. And it's a big wake-up call that we really need to look at what it is we're actually talking about and not just take a label like the leisure and entertainment ETF. Just take that and assume that that's what it actually is.
Yeah, there are lots of examples of that in ETF world. I remember there was also a home builder stock, or home builder ETF that I talked about in the book, and one of these ETFs had something like only a third of its assets in home builder stuff. You're getting a whole bunch of other stuff other than that. And the power of label, can have really big consequences. I used to work in banking in the 90s and early 2000s, and back then people very much trust the S&P ratings and AAA for securities, and so I know that bank treasury would buy and sell bonds just because they had AAA rating. You wouldn't do any more work on it than that. I used to joke because I was in commercial lending and do a lot more work, on an individual company to do field audits and all this other stuff. But the Treasury Department could buy and sell tens of millions of dollars of bonds just because it had AAA rating or not. And all that came undone with the big general financial crisis. And you saw that was a case where people were just trusting the label and not looking at what was in it. So this is definitely a real serious consequence of overlooking these labels.
And I think about how a lot of times people will attach a label to something, and when I relate this to investing, someone might think they're a growth investor. They want higher growth, and when they see that a stock is like a value stock, then they'll just not even look at it and not even understand what it is. And I think about how some of your holdings are in what some people might call unattractive industries. Well, I just think about how you dug underneath the surface, and just because it might be in what people call an unattractive industry, it still can be a very attractive long-term business.
Absolutely, and this has happened to me multiple times. I know, I have Old Dominion Freight Lines in the portfolio. It's this trucking company, and most people trucking, it's an unattractive industry. Why would you want to be involved in that? It's lots of competition. But then you get in Old Dominion, and you see that its return on invested capital is huge, and it's got this deep competitive advantage over everyone else, and it's been taking market share, double its market share over the last decade. And then you see that, in terms of results, it would be silly to just say, I don't own trucking companies, because the economics of that are not something you expect to see. It's a real outlier, even within its own industry. And I've had that before too. I never had too much success with retail stocks, but I own Polsko, which is a Polish grocery store. And again, that's getting beyond just its category and looking at the underlying economics, which are phenomenal for that business, and made me want to look further. And so ultimately, it's been a very successful investment so far. So again, real world consequences. Taking these labels at face value, and your willingness to dig behind them can lead to some real insights. It seems really obvious. Sometimes when I talk about general semantics, people, they'll be like, yeah, well, it just seems so obvious. But it's not the way people behave. They behave exactly like we're talking about. They're taking the label at face value, and they're allowing it to do their thinking for them. They're not looking beyond it, not looking behind it. And it's lots of examples. We've talked already about a bunch.
You also caution against confusing correlation with causation. Don't fight the Fed is a phrase that it's thrown around a lot, and you're right. Whenever you see an if X then Y statement, then you should distrust it. And when I think about what drives stock market returns, I tend to think about sustainable growth and free cash flows will ultimately drive long-term shareholder returns. And this book really makes me question a lot of my assumptions. So I want to just turn that question to you and have you talk about what you believe drives long-term stock returns.
I'll answer that. But first, I'll go back a little bit. And on the if-then, the problem is that financial people do this all the time. Is they want to just change one variable. So they'll say, okay, well, if interest rates go up, then stocks are going to go down because, raise everyone's discount rate and cash flows with discounted cash flows now at this higher rate and asset values will fall. The problem is, of course, in the real world, you can never just change one variable. There's like all these other things that change at the same time. The underlying cash flows change, expectations change, all kinds of things change. And so you can have a result that then is surprising. So here we've had a period of time where the Fed has increased rates at a faster clip than ever has, and the market's ripping. And there's lots of examples in the past where if you had known ahead of time what some outcome was going to be, you would still be wrong on the investment side. So one of my favorites in the book was, I think I got this from Michael Higgins, who pointed out that he had an example where even if you knew the price of gold more than doubled over some period of time, and you thought to yourself, wow, that's pretty good. Logically, I'm going to buy the largest gold miner, Newmont. And then if you roll forward, Newmont stock actually fell 5% during that time. Again, because it wasn't just one variable that changed. Newmont has costs that went up a lot. There were other factors in business, expectations involved. So you had dramatically different outcome than you would have thought based on the initial conclusion. So that's why you have to distrust any if then, if X happened, then Y, when it comes to market. Because there's so many other things going on. So when it comes to what drives long-term returns, it helps just to get down to really basic stuff. So a business, you think of it as a pile of capital, and what rate can it increase that capital over the next 10 years? So that's the fundamentals that drive returns. So it's some kind of return on invested capital plus growth rate over time. That really drives returns. What return you may get is also a function of the price that you pay. So
emergency, okay. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as accident. Back. Cases. Let you take the review when you try. Okay, back to cases. 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 Particular application of case abuse. Extreme case. Okay, basic cases. That you take when you travel. How many pieces of bags do you have? When you travel, how many pieces of bags do you have? We had pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our bags and suitcase. That weighed more than us or not. Examples. Suitcase. 다시 했던 다시. Suitcase. 一样吗 ？Bags, our bags. 这有什么区别？Suitcase, bags, cases, handle and controls. 女行星，行李箱。How much is that though? We have paid extra for our extra we had to pay extra for our excess, our bag, and just look at that way all the time. Suitcases. Bags. Extra. Hey, the white one. Put it away. Edit white. Edit to what is wrong. If you need a edit to what is wrong. Okay. We had to pay extra for okay. Listen to me. Recently has been working on two extreme and mass. Too extreme and making too much effort to extreme and mass making too much effort and added to what is wrong. If you need any added to what is. So you have been working on 2 hours. The price includes time. The price includes accommodation, but meals or extra. There is an additional change. They pay here. They pay here more. Nice. Regular issues were afterward in there. And added also we had to pay extra worked hard more than usual. Correct the we had to pay extra more than usual. More to pay extra for our baggage. Our bags. It's true that you can get away with something else if you pay for more money. Something that you can get with something that you can get away with something else if you pay for more money. The person in your hope is not more added to. If you need any extra, come listen to help work on it. Listen to help me work on extra. Added to what is normal. More. The first is okay. Added to what is normal. What is normal? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage.
Baggage.
Okay,
Baggage.
we had to pay extra for our excess. Our amount that is lower than okay, too much. Excess. Too much. Our is lower than excess. Pay extra. Excess. For our expect. Depose. Makes too much amount to the small dams makes more reason for than expected action for farmers. This store has been dismissed. Small increases. Or part of the case. No, because the case is say no, I think. Case. This is too much. Excess baggage, our baggage and case. In case that
Way.
We to have our heavy smalls word to the word heavy. This is said good. Oh. Yeah. Every time and the house. Every time. Swift. Fruit and vegetable. Well, to have evidence, to have evidence of our state account, or to nurture the evidence of Now the object yesterday are statement listed as segment waiting 15 tone was successful case on your bit. She weighs first. Now this she weighs on this very fast. Drawbacks and the case that drawbacks and that weight more than was or not. So not more than that. The owner took so much bags with her, and we had difficult getting it all on the coach. On the coach.真的往过去讲的，其实他们帮一个 skill is subject coach. Coach. Only coach. Someone whose job is to teach someone who at or sport skill or schools. Someone whose job is training and research. Someone whose job is to teach people to improve at sport skill, or school subject. How bad is it? Suitcase. How bad is the suitcase that we can on the coach? No one took so much back with her, and friend took so much back with her. We had to go. Case. Case well and why? Coach. Coach. We had difficult getting getting it all on the couch. No one is allowed. No one is allowed. No one is allowed on the plan. No one is on the plan unless their baggage has been
Thoroughly.
Third. Wait, has been third. Third check. Complete very much. I thoroughly enjoyed the performance. All the other teachers are third. Okay. Third complete. Very much. In the aeroplane, which is possible. Complete. Very much. Okay. How to this? All the way for as much as possible. I'll go with C copy all curves. Convention. For example, the accent thing to okay, has been through check. And there has been thoroughly checked. No one is allowed on the ground. Allowed on the unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. very much. She ought to sorry. Sorry for what was trying to detail and carefully. Okay. Had been in a detail and carefully, and in a detail as completely. Had been no one is allowed unless there are facts. No one is allowed on the plan unless there are facts had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our bags at the hotel? Can we leave our bags at the hotel till it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bags at the hotel? It's time to leave for the airport. Can we leave our hotel? Can we leave our messages? The benefits and the feelings that influence how you think and behave, think. Try.
Belief.
Okay, the feeling of being certain that something is best or is true. I believe in God. The feeling of being certain that something exists or is true. Something that you believe. The feeling that influences how you think and behave. What's meaning? Jeez. 怎么会这样？怎么写到这个？Act more example. Ask. For example, passenger airport. Feelings. The feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotion that one of us. The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. This is bad. influence. The power to have the power to have an effect on people or things or persons that are able to do this. The power to have an effect. The power to have an effect on people or things. The power to have an effect. Or people or things that is able to do this. Fluent in influence. Behave. Okay. The power to have an effect on or a person or anything that's Feelings bad. Feelings are bad influence. It has some cons. It has a huge amount. I'll go with it. people 营造是种议会吧Humans are bad influence on him. He had which are amount of influence over he has a huge amount. They believe everything and behave. The power to have on some the power to have an effect on people or things or a person that is able to do it. We will carry a lot of emotional effect. We all carry emotion bags. We have a lot of emotion bags around us. I have experience. Yes. And actually the we all carry a lot of emotion back around us. Okay, oh, I see. So we all carry a lot of emotion back. Okay, my lecturer said the problem was more critic. Okay, on balance，心理学，Our children's emotional can be caused by emotional having strong feelings. Testing for them. Okay. We all carry or not emotional back around with us. They beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. The beliefs and opinions that influence how you think and behave. Okay. The beliefs and opinions that influence you something. Backed cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of bags do you have? How many pieces of bag? Pieces. How many pieces of bags do you have? How many pieces of bags do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess bag. We had to pay extra for our excess bag. Our bag. Okay, we had to pay extra for our extra. Okay, I did was. We had to pay extra for our excess bag. Our bag and suitcase that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Failure took so much back with her, and we had difficult getting it on the coach. No one is allowed on the plan unless their baggage had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hall until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our baggage at the hall until it is time to leave for the airport? They beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave, We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around us. Emotional baggage. Influence. Emotional baggage. Baggage cases have you and express strong feelings, react emotion. Emotion. A strong feeling such as love, anger, strong feeling of energy. Relating, care, okay, emotion. The benefits and the feeling that influence how you think and behave. The benefits and the feeling that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotion baggage around us. Baggage. Okay. 这个查询完了。Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as accident. Accident which happens suddenly or unexpectedly will happen, except not okay. Unexpected results. How would disable? How would disabled people escape. In an emergency. Okay. Emergency. Okay. Did you feel it? Yes. Emergency. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? If the emergency is except suitable for wheelchairs, the part of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Landing on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake related symbol. Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff, volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. I always kept a blanket I would keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. In the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face 20 million people starvation. Okay, 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Okay, 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Okay, backed cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for excess baggage. Our baggages and suitcase. Our baggage and suitcase that weighed more than was allowed. More than was allowed. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Failure. Failure took so much. Failure took so much baggage with her. We had difficult getting it all on the coach. We had difficult getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed. No one is allowed on the plane. No one is on the plane unless their bags. Okay, I did it. point on the back has been thoroughly checked on this. Noise or loud on the plane unless the back has been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our bag at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. 我靠，这么黑！So we all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. Around with us. Playing. Okay. Shit.我是鸟，早上吐的。 must do. Oh, not do.这才很出色。 选子，选子的这个，选子开发。不行，还是算不了。情绪非常，这不是什么。真是不可。 一口气真的唱死了。效果浪漫的。看一集，然后去缓一缓吧。Emergency. Okay. Emergency. Something dangerous or such as an accident. Okay. Cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces? Okay. How many pieces bag do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our excess bag. We had to pay extra for our excess. Yes, we had to pay excess. We had to pay extra for our excess bag. We had to pay extra for our excess bag. Our bags and suitcase. We had to pay extra. we had to pay extra for our excess bags, our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weight more than was allowed. More examples. Father took so much baggage with her. Father took so much baggage with her. We had difficult getting it all on the coach. Father took so much baggage with her. We had difficult getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. Vermont can be has been thoroughly checked. No one is allowed on the plane. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. And can we leave our bag at the hotel? And it is time to leave for the airport. Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our baggage out of the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport. They beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. They beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all care a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We all care a lot of emotional baggage around with us. They believe and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all care a lot of emotional baggage around with us. Okay, emergency. Something dangerous. Something dangerous or serious. Something dangerous or serious. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would it disable? How would disable? How would disable? How would disable? Okay. How would How would disabled people escape in an emergency? How would How would disabled people escape in an emergency? If the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs. If the emergency exists, suitcase. If the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs, the pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay, the pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Okay. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies, and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Vast, extreme, more than not vast, extreme, huge, extremely vast, emergency aid, support, help, support or emergency aid program is not. Okay. Emergency, something dangerous, or serious, something dangerous, or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. 其实也可以叫做黑天鹅 emergency. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I would keep a blanket. I would keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Okay, 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is not. Okay. More examples. During the emergency, many staff. During the emergency, many staff about organization in the work organization. Okay. Many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Graham always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land or play on water in emergency. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I would keep a blanket. I would keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. Okay, 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is not. Cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of bag do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and the suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weight. Our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Failure took so much baggage with her. We had difficulty getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? benefits. The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us.
Okay.
You just barge in here. You don't knock. You have no respect for anybody's privacy.
Wait.
No, you wait. This is ridiculous.
Just say one thing.
What?
That's a relatively open weave, and I can still see your nipular area.
Honey, tell them the story about your patient who thinks things are like other things, you know? So, like, when the phone rings and she takes a shower.
That's pretty much it. But you tell it really well, Sue.
Okay. Now go away so we can talk about you.
Okay, I'll miss you.
Isn't he great? He's so cute. And he seems to like you so much. I know. So sweet. Oh, so complicated. You know, and for a shrink, she's not too shrinky. You know? So you think you'll do it on his couch? Oh, I don't know. I think that's a little weird. You know, it's vinyl. Okay, you guys want anything else?
Oh, yes. Could I have one of those?
No, I'm sorry, we're all out of those. Anybody else?
Did I miss something? No, she's still upset because I saw her boobies.
Well, what were you doing seeing her boobies?
It was an accident. Not like I was across the street with a telescope and a box of donuts.
Okay, can we change the subject, please? Yeah, because hello, these are not her boobies, these are her breasts. Okay, Phoebes, I was hoping for more of a change.
You know, I don't know why you're so embarrassed. They were very nice boobies.
Nice? They were nice. I mean, that's it. I mean, mittens are nice.
Okay, Rock. Hard place. Me. You're so funny. He's really funny. I wouldn't want to be there when the laughter stops. Whoa, back up there, Sparky. What did you mean by that? Well, it just seems as though that maybe you have intimacy issues. You know, that you use your humor as a way of keeping people at a distance. Huh. I mean, hey, I just met you. I don't know you from Adam. Only child, right? Parents divorced before you hit puberty. Uh-huh. How did you know that? It's textbook.
Hey, you guys. Joe. You all know my dad.
Hey, how long are you in the city?
Just for a couple of days. I got a job midtown. I figure I'm better off staying with the kid than hauling my ass back and forth on a ferry. I don't know this one.
Oh, this is my friend Roger.
Hey, good to meet you, Roger. You too. What happened to the puppet guy? Damn. Oh, excuse me. So, Ross, how's the wife? Oh, for two, huh? Chandler, quick, say something funny.
Gotta go. Miss you too. I love you, but it's getting real late now.
Say hi. Hey, Ma. Listen, I made the appointment with Dr. Bazita, and Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Did you know this isn't mine? Appointment with Dr. Bazita and... Excuse me?
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Did you know this isn't mine?
Her name's Ronnie. She's a pet mortician.
Sure. But how long you been...
Remember when you were a little kid, I used to take you to the Navy Yard and show you the big ships?
Since then?
No, it's only been 6 years. Put a nice memory in your head so you'd know that I wasn't always such a terrible guy. Joe, you ever been in love?
I don't know.
Then you haven't. You're burning your tomatoes.
Good one to talk.
Joe, your dad's in love big time. And the worst part of it is, it's with 2 different women.
Oh, man. Please tell me one of them is mine.
Of course one of them is mine. What's the matter with you?
It's like if you woke up one day and found out your dad was leading this double life. He's like actually some spy working for the CIA. That'd be cool. This blows.
I know. I mean, why can't parents just stay parents, you know? Why do they have to become people? Why do they have... Why can't you stop staring at my breasts?
What?
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 Did you not get a good enough look the other day?
All right. We're all adults here. There's only one way to resolve this. Since you saw her boobies, I think you're going to have to show her your pee-pee.
You know, I don't see that happening.
Come on, he's right. Tit for tat.
Well, I'm not showing you my tact.
Hello? Phoebe and Raj. Come on up.
Oh, good. Raj is here. What's the matter with Raj? That's nothing. It's a little thing. I hate that guy.
So he was a little analytical. That's what he does. You know? He's not like that.
You see, that's where you're wrong. Why would I marry her if I thought on any level that she was a lesbian?
I don't know. Maybe you wanted your marriage to fail.
Why? Why would I? Why?
I don't know. Maybe low self-esteem. Maybe to compensate for overshadowing a sibling. Maybe you...
Wait. Go back to that sibling thing.
Well, I don't know. It's conceivable that you wanted to sabotage your marriage so that the sibling would feel like less of a failure in the eyes of the parents.
That's ridiculous. I don't feel guilty for her failures.
Oh, so you think I'm a failure? Isn't he good?
Yeah. No, that's not what I was saying.
You know what I mean? All these years, I thought you were on my side, but maybe what you were doing was sucking up to mom and dad so they'd keep liking you better.
Hey, I married a lesbian to make you look good.
You're right. I mean, you're right. It wasn't just the Weebles, but...
You know
what I mean? All these years, I thought you were on my side, but maybe what you were doing was sucking up to mom and dad so they'd keep liking you better.
Hey, I married a lesbian to make you look good.
You're right. I mean, you're right. It wasn't just the Weebles, but it was the Weeble Play Palace. And the Weebles cruise ship. Oh, which had this little lifeboat for the Weebles to wobble in.
That's tough stuff.
Come on, Phoebes. We're gonna catch that movie. We gotta get going.
Okay. Feel better, Rachel, okay?
Phoebes, we're gonna be late. Sweet.
Okay. Listen, thanks for everything, Lon. No problem.
Listen, guys, it was great seeing you again.
Mom.
Mom, easy on those cookies, okay? Remember, they're just food. They're not love.
Hate that guy.
Good night, you guys.
Oh, look, it's the woman we ordered.
Hey, can we help you?
Ah, no thanks. I'm just waiting for Joey Tribbiani.
I'm Joey Tribbiani.
Oh, no, not you. Big Joey. Oh, my God. You're so much cuter than your pictures. I'm Ronnie. Cheese nip?
Joey's having an embolism.
Sada.
For a nip, you know.
Now, you see, most people, when the pets pass on, they want them sort of laid out like they're sleeping. But occasionally you get your person who wants them in a pose, like chasing their tail, or jumping to catch a frisbee.
Joey, if I go first, I want to be looking for my keys.
Hey, Joe. Dad, Ronnie's here. Huh?
Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello, babe. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, you left your good hair at my apartment. I figured you need it tomorrow for your meeting.
Thank you.
So, who's up for a big game of Kerplunk?
情妇找上门。
Look, I shouldn't have come. But I better get going. I don't want to miss the last train.
No, I don't want you taking that thing to sleep.
Oh, where am I going to stay? Here?
Whoa. We'll go to a hotel.
Go to a hotel.
No, you won't.
No, we won't.
If you go to a hotel, you'll be doing stuff. I want you right here where I can keep an eye on you.
You're going to keep an eye on us.
That's right, mister. And I don't care how old you are. As long as you're under my roof, you'll live by my rules. And that means no sleeping with your girlfriend.
Wow. He's strict.
Now, Dad, you'll be in my room. Ronnie, you can stay in Chandler.
Thanks. You're a good kid.
Come on, I'll show you to my room. That sounds so weird when it's not followed by no thanks, it's late.
Okay, now this is just for tonight. Starting tomorrow, you gotta make a change. 6 years is long enough.
What kind of change?
Well, either you break it off with Ronnie,
I can't do that.
then you gotta come clean with Ma. This is not right.
Yeah, but this
I don't want to hear it. Now go to my room.
Hey, Kiki. What are you doing?
Just trying to get comfortable. Can't sleep in my underwear.
Well, you're gonna.
I've been thinking, about how I'm always seeing girls on top of girls.
Are they end to end or tall like pancakes?
You know what I mean? About how I'm always going out with all these women. Because I always figured when the right one comes along, I'll be able to be a stand-up guy and go the distance, you know? I'm looking at my dad.
Big thing.
You're not him. You're you. When they were all over you to go into your father's pipe fitting business, did you cave?
No.
No. You decided to go into the out-of-work actor business. Now, that wasn't easy, but you did it. And I'd like to believe that when the right woman comes along, you will have the courage and the guts to say, no thanks, I'm married.
You really think so?
Yeah, I really do.
Thanks, Chandler.
Get off. Yeah, I really do.
Thanks, Chandler.
Get off.
Oh, jeez. Job. Funny.
Hi. Yeah, Joey said I could use your shower since Chandler's in Oz.
Okay. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Ronnie. Ronnie Rapalato. The mistress? Come on in.
Okay.
Right?
Hi, I'm Rachel.
Hi.
Bathroom's up there.
Great.
Hey, listen, Ronnie. How long would you say Chandler's been in the shower?
Oh, like 5 minutes?
Fasten your seatbelts.
It's pee-pee time.
Hey, Mr. Tribb.
Hey, good morning, dear.
Chandler Bing, it's time to see your thing.
What the hell with you? What? You were supposed to be in there so I could see your thing.
Sorry, my thing was in there with me.
Hey, how's it going? Good. Oh, Roger's having a dinner thing, and he wanted me to invite you guys. So what's going on? Nothing. It's just, it's Roger.
I don't know. There's something about.
Basically, we just feel that he's,
We hate that guy. We hate him.
I'm sorry, Pete. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, don't you think maybe though that it's just that he's so perceptive that it freaked you out?
No, we
No,
hate him.
I'm sorry.
Ma, what are you doing here?
I came to give you this and this.
Big ring.
Why did you have to fill your father's head with all that garbage about making things right? Things were fine the way they were. There's chicken in there, put it away. For God's sake, Joey, really.
Hold on, you knew?
Of course I knew. What do you think? Your father is no James Bond. You should have heard some of his covers. Of course I did. For God's sake, Joey, really.
Hold on, you knew?
Of course I knew. What do you think? Your father is no James Bond. You should have heard some of his cover stories. I'm sleeping over at my accountant's. I mean, what is that? Please.
So then, how could you,
Do you remember how your father used to be? Always yelling. Nothing made him happy. Nothing made him happy. Nothing. Not that wood shop. Not those stupid little ships in the bottle. Nothing. Now he's happy. I mean, it's nice. He has a hobby.
Ma, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but what the hell are you talking about? And what about you?
Me, I'm fine. Look, honey, in an ideal world, there'd be no her, and your father would look like Sting. And I'll tell you something else. Ever since that poodle stuffer came along, he's been so ashamed of himself that he's been attentive, he's been loving. Looks like every day's our anniversary.
I'm happy for you.
Well, don't be. Well, because now everything's screwed up. I just want it the way it was.
I'm sorry. I just did what I thought you'd want.
I know you did, good. Oh, I know you did. So tell me, did you see her?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You're 10 times prettier than she is.
That's sweet. Could I take her?
With this ring, no contest.
What's wrong, sweetie?
Nothing.
Oh, no. What's wrong? Come.
Okay. It's nothing. I'm fine. It's just, it's my friends. They have a liking problem with you. In that, they don't.
Huh.
But, they don't see all the wonderfulness that I see. They don't see all the good stuff and all the sweet stuff. They just, they think you're a little...
What?
Intense and creepy.
Intense.
Oh.
But I don't. Me, Phoebe.
Well, I'm not at all surprised they feel that way.
You're not. See, that's why you're so great.
Actually, it's
Hey, tell me
quite,
to
typical. Well, I'm not at all surprised they feel that way.
You're not. See, that's why you're so great.
Actually, it's quite, typical behavior when you have this kind of dysfunctional group dynamic. This kind of codependent, emotionally stunted, sitting in your stupid coffee house with your stupid big cups, which I'm sorry, might as well have nipples on them. And you're all like, oh, define me, love me, I need love.
You talk to your dad, huh?
Yeah, he's gonna keep cheating on my mom like she wanted. My mom's gonna keep pretending she doesn't know, even though she does. And my little sister Tina can't see her husband anymore because he got a restraining order. Which has nothing to do with anything except that I found out today.
Things sure have changed here on Walton's Mountain.
So, Joe, you okay?
Yeah, I guess. It's just, they're parents. After a certain point, you gotta let go. Even if you know better, you gotta let them make their own mistakes.
Just think, in a couple of years, we get to turn into them.
If I turn into my parents, I'll either be an alcoholic blonde chasing after 20-year-old boys, or I'll end up like my mom.
Hey. Hey, how's it going? Okay. Except I broke up with Rod. Oh. Right. What happened? I don't know. He's a good person. And he can be really sweet. And in some ways, I think he is so right for me. It's just, I hate that guy. Hey, Joey. What's going on?
Clear the tracks for the Booby Payback Express. Next stop, Rachel Green. Yeah.
Joey, what the hell are you doing?
Sorry, wrong booby.
玩游戏玩上瘾。
Hello, Joey.
Hello, dear.
So funny. Oh. Okay. Emergence. Okay, emergence. Okay. I'm coming again. emergency. Something dangerous or such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected without. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency land on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. Through the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for the emergencies. 20 million people face starvation. Unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. In lunch, 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Bagged cases that you take when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Field took so much baggage with her. We had difficult getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits and the feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. Okay. Page 1. emergency. Something dangerous or such as accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected without. How would disabled people escape? How disabled people escape in the emergency exit? So the people vouchers. Emergency exit. In the emergency exit. So the emergency exit. Vouchers. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency land on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot
Geneva.
The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. For example, the pilot of the aircraft. The aircraft of the aircraft. Emergency many staff volunteer. During the emergency, many staff volunteer to work through the weekend. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for the emergencies. 20 million people starvation and less robust emergency aid launched when this okay. Others. I expect how disabled people escape. Emergency and program is launched. Backed cases that you take escape. 我一天只能消化一页。Escape. Thank you for it. How many pieces of bagged do you have? We had to be extra for our ex. Okay. Something dangerous were serious, such as an accident, which happened suddenly, unexpected results. Emergency, something dangerous or serious. Such as an accident. Something dangerous or serious. Such as an accident. Which happened suddenly expected result. emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly, expectedly, results. Okay, how will disable escape? How will disable escape? How will disable disable? How would disable? How would disabled people escape? How would disabled escape? How would disabled people escape? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? 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 How would disabled? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? How would disabled people escape emergency? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? How do disabled people escape in an emergency? Okay, something dangerous. Okay, emergency. Okay, emergency. Something dangerous or serious. Such as an accident, which happens suddenly, unexpectedly results. Okay. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? How would disabled people people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit? Is the emergency exit? Suitable for wheelchairs? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? Is the emergency exit? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchair? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchair? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? If the emergency exit. If the emergency exit suitable for wheelchair. Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. Emergency. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an the pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make the pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake. Okay. The pilot of the emergency was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. The pilot of the aircraft was forced. The pilot of the aircraft are forced to make an emergency landing. Okay, just landing on Lake Geneva. Okay, the emergency exit suitable. Is emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? Okay. Emergency. Emergency. Something something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly, okay, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly, or unexpectedly results, okay, which how would disable people escape in an emergency. Okay. Something dangerous. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly, or unexpectedly results. How would disable people escape? How would disable? Okay, go on. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? If the emergency exit suitable for vouchers? Okay, is the emergency okay. Think. Is the emergency okay. Is the emergency exit suitable. Is emergency exit suitable for vouchers? Okay, that's right. Right. The pilot of the aircraft. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing. Was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Georgia. unlike deliver, unlike deliver, unlike deliver. Okay, the parent okay, to make okay, now that no. The parent of the aircraft to remain dependent of the parent of the aircraft. Okay, the parent of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Make an emergency landing. Okay. The pilot of the force. You see, the pilot of the aircraft. The pilot of the aircraft. The pilot of the aircraft. Was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. Okay. Yeah. Rest.就慢慢来。Okay. Okay. For examples. For example, during the emergency many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money. Tucked away in case there was an emergency. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money. Grandma always kept Grandma always kept a bit of money track away. Grandma always kept a bit of money track away in case there was an emergency. In case there was an emergency. Grandma always kept a bit of money. Always kept a bit of money tracked away in case there was an emergency. There was tracked away in case there was an emergency. Grandma always kept a bit of money. 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 Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. There was an emergency. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked away. Money tracked away in case there was an emergency. There was an emergency. Okay. Grandma always kept a bit of money. Tucked away in case there was an accident. There was an accident. There was an emergency. Okay. Let's draw again. Again. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You cannot play on water in 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 an emergency. Okay. You cannot play on water in an emergency. You cannot play on water. You can land or play on water in an emergency. You can land or play. You can land or you can land. You can land. You can land or play. You can land or you can land. You can land or play. You can land or play or water. You can land or play on water. You can land. You can land. You can land or play on water. On water. You can land or play. You can land or play. You can. You can land. You can land or play. You can land or play on water. You can land or play on water. You can land or play on water. You can land or play on water in an emergency. You can land or play. You can land or play in an emergency. You can land or play. You can land or play in an emergency. You can land or play. You can land or play on water in an emergency. You can land or play. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I was kept blanket. I was kept a blanket and toolkit, and I was kept a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergency. Okay. Let's do 20 million people, 20 million people, 20 million people face 20 million people face 20 million people face 20 million people face starvation. 20 20 million people starvation, honest or vast, more big, vast. Honest, more honest, 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 honest or vast, honest or vast, honest or vast, honest, honest or vast, honest or vast, honest or vast, emergency, honest and vast, emergency, honest and vast, honest and vast, emergency, honest and vast, emergency, honest or vast, honest or vast, honest or vast, honest or vast, emergency, honest and vast, emergency aid, emergency aid. Program is not aid program is launched. Okay. 20 million people face 20 million people face starvation emergency aid program is launched. Yeah, or vast. 20 million people face 20 million people face 20 million people 20 million people face 20 million people face. Okay. 20 million people face 20 million people face 20 million people face starvation unless or vast emergency aid program is launched. Okay, there we go. For example, during the emergency staff volunteered. Okay. More examples. During the emergency many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit money. Grandma always kept a bit of money. Trucked away in case. in case there was an emergency. Okay. You can keep land on water in an emergency. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Next. I always. No, not this. You can land or plane on water in an emergency. Okay. You can land or plane. You can land or plane in an emergency. Okay. Grandma always kept a bit of money tracked about in case that there was an emergency. Yeah, there was an emergency. You can land or water or plane. Let's again. You can land or play on water. Okay. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money. Tucked away in case there was emergency. You can land or plane. You can land or plane. Water. Okay, you can land or plane on water. You can land plane on water in an emergency. Okay. I always kept a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. Okay, not bad. Okay, 20 million people face starvation unless emergency aid vast emergency aid program on this program is launched. Okay. 20 million people face 20 million people face none. 20 million people face starvation. Okay, 20 million people face starvation unless advanced emergency aid program is launched. Okay, is launched. Okay, 把这个连着读一下。Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happens suddenly or unexpectedly, results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can landing a plane on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless advanced emergency aid and the program is launched. Okay, 我听一下。Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happened suddenly or unexpected results. How would disabled escape in emergency? How would disabled the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced. The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. For Lake Geneva. Volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency.
Wheelchairs.
Okay, wheelchairs. In the trunk for emergencies. Starvation unless advanced emergency aid and
Wheelchair.
Wheelchair. Wheelchair. I will. No. Okay. Baggage. Okay. No. Sure. How would disabled people? How would disabled people escape in an emergency? If the emergency exit suitor 没有儿化音，靠。The emergency exit suitable 清音 suitable for wheelchairs. Part of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva on Lake Geneva. Bags cases. Cases. Okay, bags, cases. That you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of bags do you have? How many pieces of bags do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra. We had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our excess. Fact. We had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our excess. How many pieces of bags do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess bags cases that you take with you when you travel. Okay, bags cases that you take with you when you travel. Okay. bags cases that you take with you when you travel. Okay, when you travel. That you take with you that you take with you when you travel, that you take with you when you travel. Bags cases, bags cases that you take with you when you travel, that you take with you bags cases that you take with you when you travel. Okay, how many pieces of baggage when how many pieces of baggage when you how many pieces of baggage do you have? How many pieces of baggage when you have? We had to pay extra for our we had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our excess back. We had to pay extra for our excess. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcase. Our bags and suitcase. Our bags and suitcase. Our bags and suitcase. Our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weight. Our bags and suitcases. Suitcases that weight more than was allowed. Our bags and suitcases that weight more than was allowed. Our bags and cases. Our bags and suitcases. 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 Our bags and our bags. Our bags and suitcase and our bags and the suitcase. Our bags and the suitcases. Our bags and 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 suitcases. Okay. I think our bags and suitcases. Suitcases that weight more than was or not. How many pieces of bags do you have? Bags, cases that you take with you when you travel. Bags. Bags, cases that you take with you travel. That you take with you travel. Okay. That you take with you when you travel. That okay. Bags, cases that you. Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Bags, cases that you take when that you take with you when you travel. How many? Okay. How many we had? How many pieces of baggage when you travel? Okay. Do you have? How many pieces of baggage? How many pieces of baggage? How many pieces of baggage? Which ones? Okay. Bags. Bags, cases that you take with you when you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and cases. Yes. Our bags and and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weight. 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 Okay, that weight. More than one. More than one. More than one. More than was. More than was. More than was what? More than was what? What? More than what? More than was loud. Yeah. Gee. Okay. We had to pay. Okay. How many pieces are bagged? How many pieces of bagged when you? How many pieces do you have? How many pieces of? How many pieces of? How many pieces of? How many pieces? Okay. How many pieces of bagged when you have? When you have? When you have? When you have? We had to pay extra. We had to pay extra. Okay. We had to pay extra. What? We had to pay extra. We had to pay extra for our excess. Bags. We had to pay extra for our excess bags. Our bags and suitcases. 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 Cases that. Our bags and suitcases that. Okay. I know. Our bags and suitcases that weight. Okay. Our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that bag. Okay. That weight. Our bags and suitcases that weight. Our bags and suitcases that weight. Our bags and suitcases that weight. More than was allowed. Our bags and suitcases. Our bags and suitcases that weight more than was allowed. Okay. 不行，我要休息一下。Okay, more examples. Huh. 我把连着读一下。Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected result. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Baggage cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and the suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Fielder took so much bags with her. We had difficulties getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits and fears that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. So slowly.
Emergency, something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly,
such as an accident.
Unexpected
Accident.
result.
重音不对。
How would disabled
How would disabled people How would disabled people escape in an emergency?
The pilot of the aircraft
The pilot
was forced to make an emergency
Sarah took so much bags with her. We had difficult getting it all on the coach.
Work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land a
We can land
plane
a
on water
plane
in an emergency.
on water in
I always keep a
an
blanket and a
emergency
toolkit in the
emergency.
emergencies.
20
20 million people
20 million
face
people face
starvation.
20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched.
Baggage cases that you take
For example,
when you travel.
Fielder took so much bags with her. 一天消化1页嘛，这个速度不行，是这样的。慢就是快 ，slowly and slowly instead of fast. Noise are loud on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hold until it is time to leave? It is time to leave for the airport. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. Behave. Emergency. Okay. OK， 我要休息一下。 现在都那个正在。知道是小心点的问题。OK， 眼睛快瞎了。哎呀 For examples. More examples. Example. 我看一下。
Examples.
Example. 死还是字？看一下。有时候不知道念死还是死，没关系吗
Examples.
Okay, examples. For examples, Fiona took so much back with her. We had difficult getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. No one is allowed on the plane. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our bags Can we leave bags? Can we leave our bags at the hotel? And can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Airport. Can we leave our bag? Can we leave our bag? Can we leave our bags at the hotel? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bag? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Until it is time to leave for the airport. Can we leave our bag at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? They beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry or not. We all carry or not emotional baggage around with us. Yeah, it's us. Chandler. Okay. More examples. Father took so much. Father took so much back with her. Father took so much back with her. We had difficult getting it out. We had difficult getting it out on the couch. No one is allowed. 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 No one is allowed on the plane. On the plane. No one is allowed on the plane unless no one is on the plane. No one is allowed on the plane unless their bag has been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our bag? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until hotel? Can we leave our bags at the hotel? At the hotel. Can we leave our bag? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Can we leave our bag? Can we leave our bag? Can we leave our bags? Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Leave for the airport. Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? They beliefs and feelings that influence how we think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage along with us. Okay, let's do this. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happened suddenly or unexpected or expected. Okay, 删掉 delete. Emergency. Something dangerous. Okay, dangerous. No, delete.
Emergency.
Yeah. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happened suddenly or unexpectedly results or unexpectedly results. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident. Something accident. Okay. Let's do this. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happened suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on the Geneva. 总感觉不顺畅。OK， 先读一遍，然后再录一遍哈。Emergency, something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape? How would disabled people How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Emergency. Is the emergency exit suitable? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. For examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I always kept a blanket. I always kept a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. More examples. Okay. Backed cases. 好，重新录一遍，感觉嗓子有点哑。Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Bagged cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcase that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Fiona took so much baggage with her, we had difficulty getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits, the feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us.
Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. For example, during the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land or play on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies.
In the trunk for
20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to
we
had to pay
had
extra
to pay
for our excess baggage. Our bags on the suitcase that weighed more than was allowed.
Our bags and suitcases that weighed
Further
more
took so
than
much
was
baggage
allowed.
we had difficulty getting it out on the
Emergency. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake River. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land an airplane on water in an emergency. I always kept a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Bags, cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of bags do you have? We had to pay extra for our excessive bags. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Fuller took so much baggage with her, we had difficulty getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us.
emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly result.
再慢一点，我说再慢一点。Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake River. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation version unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Bags, cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. For examples, Fiona took so much baggage with her, we had difficult getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. 不要，总是感觉有些地方可以顿着。
Emergency.
Emergency.
That's dangerous or serious.
Dangerous.
Such as an accident, which happens.
Which happens. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpectedly results. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake River. For examples, during the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Bags, cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. For examples, Fiona took so much baggage with her, we had difficult getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage had been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us. Page 2.一天一夜吗？啊，我原来以为我至少能做，太低高估了自己了。
Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected new results.
Unexpected results.
In the emergency exit vouchers.
How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Escape. How would disabled people don't take so much back with her. We had difficulty. On the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage had been searched. Can leave our baggage in the hotel until it is time to leave for the airbase. The benefits and the feelings that influence how you think and behave.
Bags.
Just be quiet. Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident, which happens suddenly or unexpected new results. How will disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. More examples. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Grandma always kept a bit of money tucked away in case there was an emergency. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. I always keep a blanket and a toolkit in the trunk for the emergencies. 20 million people face starvation unless a vast emergency aid program is launched. Bags, cases that you take with you when you travel. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. More examples. Fielder took so much baggage with her, we had difficulty getting it all on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefits and the feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional baggage around with us.
Emergency. Something dangerous or serious, such as an accident which happens suddenly or unexpected new results. How will disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs?
Is the exit
of the aircraft
is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot Okay. Okay. They believe something. beliefs and feelings that influence. What's the influence? Okay. I need to check. Okay. The power to have an effect on people or a person or the values are able to do this. Okay. Power with people. Okay. The power to have the effect on people or something or things. The beliefs and the feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry not emotional fact around with us. Emotional with feeling. People's feeling anger, happy, sad, like this. Going back. Defect coach. No one is allowed up. Only plane. Unless how you think and behave. Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? Thoroughly checked. Getting it and they come.